Well, at last you're home.
Walks are just about the hardest things to animate. That logo took us 9 months to animate. I had designed it as a logo for the cover of my book to show the different styles of animation. But I never would have done it that way if I thought I was going to have to animate it. But we did. And these DVDs are about learning the animation systems and principles to enable you to animate walks or anything else you want to, from the very basic to the most sophisticated. The methods will apply to any kind of animation, whether it's CG, 2D, stop motion, or games. We'll be learning and we'll be relearning the basics, and we'll build upon them layer by layer by layer until we master them. I think there are two kinds of animation, aren't there? There's the first thing any student does, or you draw as a kid in your school book, in the math book or something. You animate little figures in the bottom and you tend to change one thing into another, isn't it? You morph from, or any student film, they have a tree turn into a frog, into a woman, into a car, into a airplane, into whatever. All animation is based on change, I think. So you're changing one thing into another, and that lasts about 5 minutes. And then you can't stand it anymore. However interesting it is, you just unplug after 5 minutes. And the other kind of animation is drawings or images, computer images, that walk and talk, which that will sustain for 100 minutes. 72 minutes if the kids have to have a pee, isn't it? That's the sort of rule. So obviously we're going to choose images that walk and talk. So change still, as we'll see over these 4 days, change still applies to everything we do. And all these methods I'll show you of limbering things up is what you do is you get more bang for the buck within the movement. You're going to have more change. And you can use these things in the most crude way, or you can use them in an extremely subtle way. And for the computer animation, as far as I can see, the great thing about the computer animation is that you can be incredibly subtle. You can do tiny moves. So you use the same method, but you use it incrementally tiny, or you can use it very broadly. I learned what I know from some of the great animators of the golden age of animation. They invented the systems and methods that we're going to study in these 16 DVDs. Unfortunately for me, I had to learn it the hard way over years and years. I ended up employing some of my teachers in order to learn from them. And others were just friends, like the genius Milt Kahl. Milt, he was so good that he was faced with an awful lot of envy. And he just made it worse by being utterly honest. He was honest like a child is honest, which was terrifying. I mean, he would say, "You can't draw your ass." And one of his friends came back with an hour later with a fully rendered drawing of his ass. But he would blast off at everybody. And he was known as the King, King Kahl or God. And God would yell at you if you didn't have the stuff right, you see. Well, when they write books on this stuff, they try to underplay him, and they kind of damn him with faint praise. Although he had, well, we'll go into him later. But they had a picture of him. It says Milt Kahl with the great, the 9 great animators or something at Disney or something. And it says Milton Kahl, sophisticated use of the basics. Well, that sounds like a put down. What else is there, I ask you? I have never found anything that wasn't the sophisticated use of the basics. Everything I've ever done, and I was considered an innovator for a lot of the time, it was all based on the basics. And the more I learned about the basics from these old birds and understood them better, the more my sophisticated invention would occur, but based solidly on the basics. I really don't think there is any more. In these sessions, we're going to study over 400 specially animated examples. We'll begin with basic stuff like the bouncing ball and fundamental things like timing and spacing. These sessions are about how you learn and what you need to do in order to learn. You can just dip in and out of some of the different subjects, like walks, accents, vibrates, dialogue, and anticipation.
Well, at last you're home.
But I recommend you swallow the whole pill. Start from the basics, and then move on layer by layer through to the sophisticated use of the basics. We'll be showing how to think about animation by showing pose positions and then full animation. We'll show how to animate and also how not to. What this is to get limberness, you get this. To get snap, you do that. And you build it in this craftsman-like way, like a carpenter. Dowel joints. Don't hit the nail that way. Hit it, hold the thing this way. Anyway, it's all like that. However, a great actor, movie actor, who's a great character actor, called Scott Wilson, he's one of those guys that when you see him in a movie, he's always looks completely different. And he took the course in San Francisco, and I was saying, of course, I'm sorry, Scott, there's nothing in this 3 days here about acting. And he said, are you kidding? He says, the whole thing is about acting. He said, what you're showing us in these things is exact equivalent exercises that we actors do when we go to acting school and when we do workshops. Precisely the same thing. It's all acting. Oh yeah, well, I went to Disney when I was 15. I got on a bus from Toronto, and it was like 4 days, 5 nights. You end up in LA, and I walked up and down the Disney fence for a month, trying to get in. And they're making Alice in Wonderland at the time, and they let me in, and they were very, very kind to me. They even did a story on, and I could draw those. I was at the Roger Rabbit level for drawing, not for animation. I mean, I had no idea about animation, but I could draw that stuff. And Dick Kelsey, who was was designing Hiawatha, he was one of the 40s stylists there. He's a very nice guy. And I said to him, "Oh, I want to be I want to be this animator. I want to be a really good animator." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Look," he says, "just forget about the animation. Go and learn to draw." And I said, "But look, I can draw." He said, "No, I don't mean cartoons. Learn to draw." So I just concentrated on painting and drawing until I was about 22, living in Spain, and I realized, wow, what you could do with animation.
For the computer animators here, life drawing might not seem relevant, but a lot of computer animators draw rather well, although a lot of very good computer animators don't draw at all. But here's what you learn from life drawing. You learn where the weight is, you learn where to place things, you learn proportion, you learn clarity, and you understand how things are put together. It broadens your range. It's like working out in order to get fit. The worst thing you can do is to try and get good drawings. What we need to do are intelligent scribbles. You're gaining knowledge when you do it. There's no substitute for it. And for all of us 2D animators, drawing should become second nature, so that we can concentrate on the actual actions and the timing of them and give the performance life. Ask a model to move through a series of quick related short poses. Use slightly transparent paper, working from the bottom of the pad up, so that you can see where the previous drawing was. The poses should last 30 or 40 seconds, so there's no way you could do fancy drawings. You just have to try to catch what's happening. It's a terrific way to study action and weight.
I'd already met Ken Harris, and Ken Harris was my first teacher and remained so for the next 12 years, really. And though I was his director, I was also his in-betweener. And I worked very closely with him. He's wonderful, the wonderful animator, and he was considered the best Warner Brothers animator. I met him in an elevator in London with his wife, and he came out, and I started laughing. And he said, yeah, I look like the coyote. Coyote was kind of the Roadrunner. Coyote was Ken. And Chuck Jones always used Ken Harris to animate the opening thing, the opening shots in the Bugs Bunny or whatever it was, and the end stuff. It's like a good actor. You come, exits and entrances, come on strong as you come in and go on strong as you go out. He started doing this stuff at 37 or 38 years old. He was a car racer and salesman. And his mother said to him in the Depression, why don't you do animation? They're paying a lot of money for that right now. So he took it up, and he was a natural, great athlete and musical, but he couldn't. He said, gee, Dick, if I could draw like you, it would be fun to animate. And I'd say, well, if I could animate like you, it'd be fun to animate. And it is now.
During these sessions, I'll be demonstrating many techniques that Ken Harris taught me. Ken knew how to put things in just the right place to make it natural.
I got Art Babbitt next, was my next catch, apart from being the strike leader at Disney. He's one of the very great pioneer animators. Just before the 9 Old Men, he was one of the formulators of a lot of the stuff and inventors of a lot of these devices we'll go through. And he animated Geppetto in Pinocchio. He directed and animated a lot of the clowns in Dumbo. He animated the queen, the evil queen, the beautiful queen in Snow White. He kept marrying dancers, Babbitt. Anyway, he was a wonderful analyst and a wonderful animator, and he also was a wonderful instructor. We got him for a month. We would have a session like this every morning for a month. And then in the afternoon, we'd try to do the commercial work to pay for it. And then in the evening, we'd do all these tests he demanded us to do. And then he'd critique them the next day and stuff. And it was the most exciting month of my life. And Babbitt would tell you all this stuff you wanted to know, and out would come all these formulas, devices, and everything.
Art was an analyst. We'll be showing some of the pioneer devices that he articulated. He knew how to break things down. Art Babbitt and Ken Harris usually worked at my studio at the same time. sometimes along with Grim Natwick, creator of Betty Boop. On one occasion, Art was working on my movie The Thief, and Ken Harris was working on the titles for The Return of the Pink Panther.
When we were doing The Panther, the first one, a guy was making a documentary on the Panther, a 16 millimeter, an American director, and he was sort of doing a PR job, I guess, or just getting material. So he came around to the studio when we were actually just starting to animate the thing, and I'd be doing the drawings for Ken, and Ken would be saying how to do it, and we brought Art in and started to discuss it.
You mean this is too many?
Just tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, that's it. You do it in 24.
That's interesting.
You do it in 24.
Yeah.
You could do a kind of a double bounce in there, couldn't you? Tick,
Oh, that's funny.
tick,
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 tick.
With a
And I'd
double-
just like you to notice one thing. He says, when I'm doing a drawing of the tail and the bum, he says, it's a bit too exaggerated, Dick.
But that's a better drawing, though, isn't it? I mean, if you get that space.
I think, to me, it's still a little exaggerated.
Sticking
the
out
up
there.
kick there is a little exaggerated. Yeah.
He hated over animation. I mean, over animation like Tex Avery is hilarious, and it can be very funny today. And some funny, but Ken said, "Listen, my work's very conservative. I'm too conservative, maybe, but I just don't think it's funny to flash things around all over the place." And of course, that's why his stuff was so funny, that he would keep it very subtle. And when I learned this stuff about loosening things up, I'd be doing his in-betweens. I'd have a hand here, and it would be, Ken would say, cushioning down here, easing down or slowing down. He'd say, I'd put in a drawing here or something, and Ken would say, God damn it, what are you doing? So he'd make sure I did it right. And he said, oh, I'm too conservative, but I just think it's fun. And of course, with the Roadrunner, I mean the Coyote, when the anvil's falling on his head and the eye just goes like that, he can step out of the way but never does. And Ken would just go something like this, some very slight movement, and then thud, and the crunched up remains would run away. But Ken would underplay everything, and of course it made it 3 times as funny, because you could watch it.
I was 36, and my studio had won over 100 international awards. Ken was working with us, and I was learning fast, and I thought I was doing really well. Then I had a massive shock.
We went to see the Jungle Book, and I thought, oh, this is going to be pastel Disney, and we sit in there and say, yep, here it is, and there's the baby, and it's going to be adopted by wolves who walk like government issue stuff or whatever, and not very interesting. And then there's a new cut to Mowgli standing there, and suddenly, and it was kind of a hold, suddenly the proportions changed, and he looked like a real East Indian boy. That was a beautiful drawing, and then the movements changed, and then the panther comes in and he's looking different and wonderful, and then they start going up the tree, that sequence in the tree, and he goes up the tree, and it's a different ball game completely. And I go, what's happening? And what was happening was that Milt Kahl got an that was his first drawing of the boy, and then he did this long sequence up with the boy up, and then the snake comes in. He had a couple of minutes of his own stuff, uninterrupted. And it was only on the Jungle Book, he was getting so irascible, he just said, I want a piece of this, and he just did a 10-minute section. And that just blew me away. I just said, I don't know anything again. Even though I had Ken Harris in captivity, I was about to lasso Art Babbitt to teach us. And I said, I'm hopeless. I don't even know how it's done, let alone ever be able to do it. So the conclusion is, you can only get so far on your own. You need the help of a master who knows. You can't reinvent the wheel. You can invent part of the wheel, isn't it? I mean, you can come in sideways at it in a new way, and but eventually, if you want to get to have the whole thing, you want to have the whole thing. At least I want to have the whole thing, and that means one has to absorb the materials developed by these old guys, the formula. Even if you don't use the cliches for takes, I'll show you all these Hollywood issue takes and things. Even if you don't ever use them, it's wonderful to know them, because then you have the security of knowing you can fall back on a known cliche or a known, you've got these things that you can use. And when they get in the bloodstream, because they're principles, use stick figures. The wonderful thing about using stick figures to show this stuff is that it's devoid of style. So you want to get these simple devices of how to do it, and do it in stick figure, which is very easy to test and see if they work. And absorb the method into your bloodstream, and boy, in time, there's this joke, the guy's putting yogurt into a lake, old Turkish joke or something, and people are all laughing at him, and he's there every morning putting this yogurt into the lake, and they just said, "Are you out of your mind?" He says, "Listen, just imagine when and if it takes, you got a lake of yogurt." And that's how it was with me. Eventually, these things that we'll go through, they sort of 6 months later, it clicks in into the bloodstream. Clang! Oh, that's why they did that. Oh, and well, I can extend on that. I can push that further. So that's the advantage of knowing all this stuff.
I'll show you lots of formulas and devices that you can absorb and use and extend on them. But use your ideas, your style, your expression, and your culture. There isn't one way to do this, but what I'm giving you are the tools so that you can make whatever you want.
Lesson 1. This is very important. Very important. And they always say this will change your life. This lesson 1 changed my life enormously. So, lesson 1. Unplug. Whatever it is, take it out, switch it off, close the door, whatever is very necessary. I'm going to act out lesson 1 because this is how I got it. Oh, I could do a drawing of this. I went to see Milt Kahl, and he was a great big guy. That would be his feet. He had incredible concentration. His mouth like that, a big chin. Oh, this is very much like him. This is him. And he had his brains at the end of his hand. And he always worked with short pens. He seemed to always have a pencil. That's him. Like this. He's this big, tall guy at the Disney desk. And I was sort of, I was thinner. I was something like this. Excuse me. So I said to him, I came in and I said, "Gee, Milt," because you could stand beside him. He was known for concentrating so much that people would stand beside him for 5-10 minutes. He wouldn't see them. He had these little pencils, worn out, and you'd be there. I was there a couple of times. He didn't see you for a long time, and then you'd look up. It was like a laser. His brain connected to the drawing, and I said, "Oh, excuse me." So he's here, you see. And I said, "Excuse me, Milt. Do you ever listen to classical music when you're working, animating?" And this is what I got.
For Christ's sake, God damn it, what a stupid question! I'm not smart enough to think of more than one thing at a time. And I said, I won't do it anymore. And I haven't. It's very important, especially today. Well, it's just very important because immediately you're alone. Immediately you have to think what you're doing, one thing at a time. Immediately your work will double in quality. I don't know about quantity, probably. It's very interesting. From the San Francisco class, we did a couple of the guys in Wildbrain, computer animators. We went to see them and they said, God, our work is absolutely way better. I mean, Monday morning, it was way better. He said, the only thing is everybody's laughing at us. They're all plugged in, wired up, and going, what's the matter with you guys? And they said, but they all said, ooh, what happened to your work? Really good. So that's lesson 1. We go, lesson 2. Now this is, I'll just give it the heading, Advancing Backwards to 1940. And we're going to stay on this for quite a while. The thing is, in 1925, when they got, or is it 1928, when they did Mickey Mouse with sound, Steamboat Willie, they had it, they got the amazing thing of the sound with the picture, and Ward Kimball said to me, he said, he was a little boy when this happened, he said, you have no idea of the impact that had on the public to see animated films with sound and how powerful it was. They go from that into color in 1931 with flowers and trees. Then in 1933, they come out with 3 Little Pigs, the first personality animation, where these 3 little pigs and the wolf all have distinct characters, and they're moving with incredible charm, and they're into character animation. And then they go, and how the hell it's like the computer thing now, going by leaps and bounds with very intelligent people doing it. They go from 1933 to the end of 36, Snow White is out. So if you have the 3 Little Pigs, crude, but everything, working, and they go almost to good illustration, fine illustration almost, in Snow White 3 years later, or 3.5 years later. And absolutely incredible. Then they get to Pinocchio, and followed by Fantasia and Dumbo, and Reluctant Dragon. But by Pinocchio, 1940, they had the whole thing nailed. They had all the systems worked out. They had the animation. I guess is the high point is Pinocchio, with that whale, and they can handle huge stuff, little stuff. They can handle everything. And then it stops because they had the strike and the war and blah blah blah, and everything fragmented, and the golden age was over. So, but they had this beautiful system, which is it's simple. It's I'll just write wonderfully. Let me just write it. Wonderfully precise system and simple.
It was great minds that took animation from a crude novelty through to a major form of entertainment in just 12 years. This is history. But what they worked out is still just as valid today using all our advanced technology. With these DVDs, I really recommend you start at the beginning and work your way through. Many animators have my book, and they use it for reference. I'm doing a sneak, so I'll look it up. But if you take the time, these sessions will save you the years of study that it took me to learn all these principles from the basics through to the interesting, complex, and sophisticated stuff. Remember, you don't know what you don't know.
we're going to start with the absolute basics. You may think, show me something interesting, I know the basics. You may think you know this stuff, but the human thing is we don't know what we don't know. You don't know what you don't know. And if you don't understand this stuff, this basic stuff properly, it's going to come up and bite you later. I can guarantee it. So we're going to do everything, we're going to build the foundation properly. Everything is based on, every sophisticated thing is based on these basics. So we set the foundations. And we're going to start with timing and spacing. Two entirely separate things, which often get smudged together. And I've heard great animators arguing about the timing when they're really talking about the spacing, or arguing about the spacing when they're really talking about the timing. So we're going to separate these two. I got my first big lesson from Grim Natwick, the great animator who animated half of The Princess in Snow White. So we'll find out what timing and spacing are, the difference between the two things, and we'll make it absolutely clear.
Somebody put me on to Grim Natwick, who was then 90. And Grim made it to 100. And he had a big party in Hollywood. Of course, he never knew any, they never knew him because he was so old. And he was a wonderful raconteur. He designed Betty Boop, and he was in animation all the way from the very beginning through Snow White, and then he worked with me in the end till he was 92 or something. And after his 100th birthday party with these 500 adoring animators in Hollywood, he rung up Chuck Jones, who he knew as a little boy. He said, I'm not going to go for 200. So he was a very, very old guy. And he was an Olympic jumper, and he had these giant arms and great big shoulders, even when he was 90. So I must have met him, he was 89 or something. And I'll never forget it. It was in a Hollywood basement with kind of fir trees and the twilight, the golden twilight's coming in the window, so half of it is in blue shadow and half's in the orange twilight, and these big spatula hands. And I was asking, tell me about animation, tell me what, if you could boil it down, what would you say it is? I mean, can you boil it down? And he says, well, animation, it's all in the timing and in the spacing. It's all in the timing and in the spacing. Strange. The Americans should have developed it. No, that was it. So if we use the horrible old bouncing ball example, well, first, we're going to have the ball hit here, 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 and here. So this is going to be boink, 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 boink. So it's going to go donk, 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 donk. Make that one closer. Boink. Okay. That is, let me do this in red. That is the timing. Okay. I mean, this is such an obvious old thing, but I don't think people, I certainly didn't, separate the two. When he says timing and spacing, I could never tell which was the spacing, which was the timing, which is which. The timing is the hits. Doink, 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 whatever. The spacing is the ball, if it squashes, whatever. It goes up here, and of course it's slowing in the middle of the arc. The spacing is more close together, and then it's down here, funk, and okay. So this overlapping, it's overlapping up here, And of course it's further apart there as it's going faster. So this is a soft ball, right? Doink, 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 doink. And that, of course, is the spacing. So when we're doing a complex character, such as me talking, and I'm going dump, dump, bump, the timing is the dump, dump, bump, right? The spacing is all the junk that's going on in between here. So I'll overdo it. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Is the clusters, are these things overlapping? Are they close together in here and then they're going far apart here? That's the spacing. So the most complex piece of action is just a combination of the timing and the spacing of it.
Obviously, if the drawings are closer together, the ball will move slower. And when the drawings are further apart, the ball's moving faster. Here's a great way of showing the difference between timing and spacing. This coin takes 1 second to go across the screen. It's going across in even spacing. Now, let's take it across with uneven spacing. But it still goes across in 1 second. The same timing, but very different spacing. Now let's see them both together. And we see something very interesting. Although it doesn't look like it, they start at the same time and they end at the same time.
Everybody here has a natural sense of timing, especially if you're athletic or if you're musical, because timing's built right into us. But the spacing for animation, we have to learn. And this is what we're going to achieve in this session. It takes a while, but you'll get it.
This is the same bounce that we've seen before. A small hard ball. And here it is with its spacing positions. The spacing creates the feel of a small hard ball. Now here's a squashy cartoon one. And here it is with its spacing positions. Now this is a larger, slightly soft ball. And here it is with its spacing positions. Now this. We're just using a circle, but it's how we space those circles, how we cluster them that creates the illusion. In this case, a heavy bowling ball. Here's a light ping pong ball. We know it's light because of the timing and the spacing. This one weighs almost nothing at all. Now let's take out every other drawing, making it twice as fast. Let's try it with an object.
The chart. There was a
if we take Mickey Mouse or something, or mouse that they all look the same at the time, and he's moving from here to here with the head, okay, and the hand is up here, and it's going to go down into here. And say he's got a tail that's going from there, and it's going to go down into here. You know, we have these charts on the drawings, right? Telling you the spacing of the drawings. They're either here or here. Grimm would have he would do an arc. You'd think that would be an arc. And then he'd put a little chart on it. Say it's like this. You know, it's just slowing into that. And then you have a different one on the nose. Maybe it was like that. And then you have an even one on the tail. And you have these little charts on the drawings.
Everything doesn't happen at once. Our generic mouse is going to move the hand, the head, and the tail at different speeds. This is why they developed separate little charts. Different charts for different parts. The nose is going down uneven. The finger goes down, easing out and easing in, uneven. Say the tail goes down, even. Each part has different spacing, but it all takes place in the same amount of time. They put different charts for different parts, so that everything didn't happen at the same rate. This loosened things up.
So it isn't like a robot, you know. So you break everything up. Is that clear? Ken would always make me, I would always try to start drawing because that was what I felt most comfortable with. And he'd say, no, God damn it. He said, do the timing. And he would make me, I don't want to get on the exposure sheet yet. But if this is a classic Disney sheet, 4 seconds. Everybody knows that these things look like computer guys. They're just 4 seconds on the page or 6 feet. And Ken would say, look, where does he hit the ground there? Mark it. There's your accent. And where's your next hit? Okay, here. Okay. And you got 2 little hits here and here. Okay. Now put another drawing here, get that hit. And I would have to do these important drawings. Right? So he'd say, come on, Dick, no drawing, get a stopwatch or a metronome and let's act it out. And he'd make me act it out, whatever it was. Da-da-da-da-da. And he'd say, no, do it again. Da-da-da-da. And I have to do it again and again and again till I had it clear in my mind what I wanted and he had it clear in his mind. And he said, those are the hits. So he's doing the timing first. Then he's going to go in and animate it once he's got his keys, but we're coming to that. This is how the chart, how it got over to this part of the field. Everything will get clearer as we go.
I have one question. For those of us that aren't familiar with animating on paper, these 2 drawings are going to be on separate sheets of paper.
Yeah.
Then where do the charts end up? Where do the charts go up? I mean, you're drawing them on one plane.
On one page, either the first one or the last one.
Okay.
We would draw it on.
And you
Drawing
put the
one.
frame numbers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we of course would probably put in some more drawings before we handed it to some poor assistant.
Okay. I wanted to.
Yeah, that's how I don't know how
Sure.
you guys do that.
Yeah, well, we don't do it necessarily this way. Maybe we should.
This is the history of charts. But whether you're drawing this or creating this in the computer, the principle is the same. Different parts, move at different speeds.
I was lucky enough to know this guy, Dick Humer, which is odd. He was a Disney storyman. His name was spelt like this. And he was one of the main first story guys on Snow White, and he and Joe Grant were the story people on Dumbo, and he was also co-storied Fantasia and everything. But he had been the top
New York animator doing Mutt and Jeffs in sort of in the 20s. And Dick was a good draftsman, and he also did comic strips, but rather good drawing and stuff. And he was the leading animator. And he would he'd do all the drawings. If he was doing drawing 1, and he would just do drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And the head of the studio, Van Buren or whoever it was, said, "Gee, Dick, the work's wonderful, but we wish we could get more of it." And so Dick said, "Well, if you give me somebody else to put in here, to put in 2 and 4, put in the in-between drawings, I'll put in I'll get twice as much work done." So that was the invention. Dick invented the in-betweener. Said, because they used to just work kind of straight ahead, just drawing things, and then he would just do every other drawing, and then some other or several people could just put in the in-between ones. If we have drawing 1 is our extreme, I'm calling this an extreme, not a key. This is important. Okay? I'm doing, as we're doing here, the one in the middle, for purposes of this class, I would like to call the breakdown. We spell it this way. We just breakdown, wait a minute, break. And we underline it. And that's number 3. Okay? And number 2 and number 4 are just plain in-betweens. If you want to be intellectual about it, an extreme is wherever you get a change of direction. Or you could say when you start an action or end an action. Let's do it again, calling it number 9. We're doing drawing 1, an extreme, number 9, an extreme. Make the one in the middle is 5, the one in the middle, which would be the breakdown. One in there is 4, 6, and then you got 7, 8. Doesn't matter you put them above or below. Okay. And this is what they call in the trade the slow. That's the slow out. We're slowing out of drawing 1. And we're slowing in to draw. We've put the one in the middle, smack, important drawing, and then we're slowing in to drawing 9. I always get balled up with slowing out and slowing in. I think of them backwards and everything. The best way is the way the computer guys talk. You talk about easing in and easing out. It's much better, isn't it?
Ease out and ease in. We can show this with a pendulum. Here's the arc that the pendulum will swing in, and here's the breakdown or passing position. Add in-betweens. This is what it looks like when you don't have an ease in or an ease out. Now we add a slight ease in and ease out both ends. And it's more convincing. Now we'll add in 2 more positions. Gives us a nice result. But 4 more positions gives us an even better result. and we get a really nice ease in and ease out. Let's do it with a finger. We're easing out of drawing 1. Same thing, easing out of drawing 1 with more in-betweens. Now we're going to ease in to drawing 5, cushion in. Now we'll ease in with more in-betweens added. Now we're going to ease out of the first position and ease in to the second position. We'll add in-betweens and it'll be even clearer.
Ken Harris always, he thought terribly simply. And he would say, we're cushioning. This would be cushioning. And somebody throws you a baseball and you catch it. He'd say, well, cushions. You just cushion. So you're slowing in or easing in. Boom. I've seen California animators do almost as bad as this. If this is a Panavision screen, Panavision paper, they will do this. That's drawing 1, and that's drawing 96. Let's make it 196. And they'll put a chart on this thing. And they go play tennis, and you say, Jesus, look terrible. The assistant's no good. The assistant's no good. Absolute rubbish, I gave it to him. I know my job. See?
Incidentally, most actions in life are on an arc. They follow arcs, unless you're doing something in a straight line, like a punch.
Arcs are beautiful to watch. Straight lines give power. A pendulum eases in and out and follows an arc. Not like this. How are we going to in-between these positions? Do we join them up like this? Usually, we get something half-assed, something like this. Neither one thing nor another, because the in-betweener doesn't understand arcs. When we really wanted this. Just this lifting arm follows 3 arcs. The elbow, the wrist, and the tips of the fingers.
I got a job at UPA, and immediately after 2 or 3 weeks as head of trace and paint, they found I could animate. And then they said, well, you have to have an assistant. So they gave me quite a skilled artist. And Charlie was my assistant. And Charlie was good. He was a good guy. But Charlie didn't like. Charlie would do, I'll do it in color, just to make it clear. Charlie would do a nice little drawing right in the middle, between 1 and 3. And he'd get the hair just right. And he'd do a nice drawing in here. Just a little. Whoops. But Charlie didn't like
the way Leo Salkin, the head of the studio, had designed the eyeballs. See? Charlie liked eyeballs that were like this. So for about 30 seconds of material, when it came out, you had the eyes on the screen doing this. Everything else was going, hello there, and it was going all the time. So I started doing all the drawings myself and got Charlie to work with somebody else, and I didn't learn until many years later how to use an assistant because I was terrified of this happening again. And we had it on the Rabbit because we were hiring people coming in off the street. There's drawing 1, this is drawing 5 of a coffee cup, which say is in the live action actor's hand. And the in-between, say the breakdown is a good drawing. The one in the middle would be like this because the guy didn't know anything about perspective. So of course you're going to get that on the screen. I mean, it was wild. Sometimes you'd even have them like that because they didn't know perspective. Well, you see it all the time on bad animation, isn't it? I mean, Milt, when he went to Disney early on, this would be 1934, I think he went, and he met the great Bill Teitler, and he said, "How do you do?" You know, and he said, "I'm in the assistant pool, or the in-between pool or something," and Teitler says, "Oh yeah, how many scenes did you cock up lately?" And that's how they were, these tough guys. So, wobble. So you could say the assistant work is really volume control. You know, just throwing that in. It's not with the graphic stuff. It's not line quality, although that may be important on a commercial. It's where you put those lines to hold those volumes together. Assistant work is basically volume control. And so should the animator. We're controlling the volumes as this hand, Marvel Comics style, goes around like in a Spielberg movie, they go to get you. Well, that can't be wobbling. That's got to be consistent as it turns. So you've got to be able to handle the volumes. Okay. There's... just incidentally, if an animator's doing this drawing, 1 is extreme, and he's going to number 4. If he's going to do position, he's going to put 2 in thirds, divisions 33 1/3% of the way towards there. He should not do that to the assistant. That's not fair. He should at least do drawing 1 and 2, say himself, and leave the assistant or in between to drop 1 in between those 2. It's not going to work leaving what they call thirds like that. Or he should draw 1 and 3, so the assistant can drop the 1 equal divisions in the middle. That's all. If the animator's lucky enough to have an assistant, he still does enough work to have ironclad control over the scene. This stuff may all seem very basic, but you will see how damned important it is when we start putting it all together in a sophisticated way. If we don't get this basic stuff right, we're going to build our house on a shaky foundation.
Let's review. We've shown the difference between timing and spacing. We've shown how the chart was born. We've shown about easing in and easing out. We've shown volume control and arcs. Now the next session we'll be building on this. We'll start a scene and we'll find out, what do you do first? Then what do you do? What do you do after that? Then what's the third? What's the fourth? What's the fifth thing that you do? We'll tackle the work method, the ideal work method, and how to organize our material.
Thank you.
If you just start animating straight ahead, you often end up in a frenzy of stuff, and after 2 or 3 hours of it, you decide you'd rather be doing something else with your life. Over the years, the great animators developed a solid working approach, a method as how to go about it, so that you don't get all tangled up in drawings, or in the case of the computer, you end up where you really didn't want to be. So where do we start? And what do we do first? Then what do you do? And what do you do after that? And after that? We'll take a basic walk, a mundane walk, something without much character to it, and we'll begin to block it out. We'll start with the key positions and then the extreme positions.
Now this is the important thing. Keys and extremes. I'm going to circle the keys. I mean, animators love curves, and curves are beautiful to watch, so they tend to circle all these drawings. You know, you draw the drawing 1, here's 5, I'm circling them, and you know, I'm circling 3. I had a Polish animator once, Stepan. He would go down the page. He'd go. Take this column. You'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was just circles all the way down the page of the numbers. And I said, "What are you doing that for?" He said, "This animation is round, is circle, lovely, lovely." So we love circles, but the idea was that your key is a storytelling drawing. The keys are you can use a key as an extreme, but the extremes are not keys, if you see what I mean. Your key drawings, they are the storytelling drawings. If you did a stick figure storyboard, or a good storyboard, I mean, and I'm just going to walk in and pick up this, and I'm going to write something here. If I were to draw that on a storyboard, I'd probably draw the character coming in, right? That would be drawing 1, maybe. That would be a key, right? What's the next storytelling drawing? It isn't here. It isn't. It's here. It isn't this step. It isn't that. It's this. It's touching the contact drawing, like storytelling drawing. Key. 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 It's probably at the end of having written something. That's how to think about it. What are your keys? You can then film them, or if your positions in the computer, here's the creature, or whatever. He does this, and he does that. 3 key positions. And you circle them. Now with our, with the graphic animation, you would draw, you might figure it out in little tiny drawings, those keys, and then you do a decent drawing of the character. You do your first position. You get a nice drawing of this guy here. And then you get a nice drawing here and a nice drawing there. You've already got your 3 storytelling things. You can film them on the video. The director will know what's happening. You can see the timing crudely from those 3, and you've got confidence. The extremes will be, what are the next important drawings? We've got this key. Obviously, the next thing I'm going to do to draw, having gotten these 3 fence posts or supports or pillars, is this step. He's going to go here, right? That, and we're going to call this the contact drawing, not where the foot is down, and certainly not when it's down here taking the weight. It's going to be key, extreme where the the heel contacts the ground, or if maybe the thing contacts it all at once, the whole foot. But for sake of argument, where it contacts, that's your next important drawing, right? The next one, the next extreme is going to be that drawing, where I contact the next foot. And I would say maybe, I think, did I do that? If I lifted my pants slightly so as not to stretch them, I think I did that inadvertently, you know. Okay, so key, contact, which is an extreme, contact, which is an extreme, that's an extreme. Then the next one would be the contact, just where the fingers are touching. And then there might be an interesting, passing position in here, I'm not sure. But it would be the start of the writing and then the end. And those would be your extremes. Today everybody's calling, in the normal animation, they're calling extremes keys and key animators, and it's rubbish. Milt Kahl was the key animator, and he did the key scenes first. That was the true version. And when I finally got to see him work a lot, I'd say, why did you circle that drawing? He said, oh, that's my key drawing. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, that's the drawing I'm working on. That's the important drawing. I remember I went into Frank Thomas one day, and they were working on the Aristocats. And he's drawing this cat up a tree, smiling, chatting up the lady, sort of like this, I don't know, like this, up in a tree. And he's singing this song, and he's chatting up the lady cat down here. And he said, God, I've been on this goddamn drawing all day. I mean, oh geez, I can't get it right. You know, I'm having a terrible job. I said, he's having a terrible job doing one drawing? God, how's he ever going to get any work out? You know, if he's spending all day doing one drawing, or all afternoon. And later, I realized, of course, what he's doing is he's doing the key. That's the important drawing in the scene for him, and he was working in and out of it. You know, he's going to use that, he's going to bring into that drawing, he's going to stay there and do his performance based around that drawing. So that is a vital drawing. He has to get it right. Now, what happens often, having done your, say we got this one, having done this one, having gotten these ones down here, or the extremes, and maybe in anticipation you might put in as another extreme here before he touches it. You might find by the time you get down there, you want to change the foot, or you want to change the arm, or it just doesn't feel, you want to change it. So you rub a bit of it out, and you change your key. That's often happens, right? And then you come up in an interesting way, and then you write. You do the extra drawings. That's how to think about it. Now we're going to, in a minute, we're going to come to the next complication, which is the drawing between drawing one and the first contact, between the key and, say, the first contact, which is going to be the passing position in a walk, or the breakdown. I never know what to call it. I mean, it's the middle position. We'll come to this, but you can see in a walk, in a normal person's walk, we do this. You do the steps first. Click, 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 draw this, draw that one, draw this one. They're all extremes. And the position in the middle on a normal walk of a person, the hips go up and the head goes up on the passing position. Normally. So, drawing one, up, there's your passing position, smack in the middle, 2, passing position, 3, passing position, 4, passing position, 5. Okay? That's how we think of a walk. So, here are the keys which tell the story like a comic strip.
Here are the extremes. Most of them are contacts. Now, break the scene down into middle positions, called the passing positions or breakdowns. Then we add our in-betweens, and we've done the scene. Now we know the functions of the keys, the extremes, the breakdowns or passing positions, and the in-betweens. And we've got everything in order. So this is our basic method to build a scene. We'll be doing much more interesting things with it later on. Of course, the fancy stuff comes later on. What we're showing is the way to think about it and the way to go about doing it. So we'll look now at the three ways that animators work, and we'll find the best way.
First is the straight-ahead method. Three ways to animate. Which is just start drawing. Like a kid in the corner of the math book. And you just get your paper and you think what you're going to do, take a deep breath and start. And what happens is that you get a wonderful flow from it. Flow, spontaneity. Things occur. Inventions occur, strange things occur. You're going to start walking, here we go. I'm walking straight ahead and I'm into my anime, I'm doing all these drawings and I feel like, and I sort of look, oh, look, camera. Well, that's interesting. I'm doing an interesting movement here. And oh, where was I? I'm picking up there, and well, things occur, and some of them very nice. Interesting things occur, I'll just put. The natural way. See what happens. It's fun. It's fun. The bad thing about it is, and you can put your numbers on afterwards. You know, you're doing all these drawings, unless they fall on the floor, and then you're really in trouble. But you can work fast in a heated form. Put the numbers on after, so it's not complex. But the bad part of it is that things expand. Things expand. We lose the point of the scene. Tendency to lose the point of the scene. And sizes change dramatically. You know, you're animating a creature that's this size, and as you're in the heat of creativity, he ends up about this size, only you're trying to walk him on a straight plane. You know, and the hilarious thing, Ken Harris and I used to work this way together, and we had a system in the end where I'd do a bunch of stuff, and then he'd get angry, saying, "Oh, God damn it, you're animating everything." So I'd get up, and then he'd do it, and then he'd say, "Oh, I need some drawings here." So I'd sit down, and we would go straight ahead, kind of. And my character, because of the way he was a modest man, everything would get smaller and smaller, and I would take over and everything would get bigger and bigger. So, and then you'd run the scene and it would be changing violently. It didn't seem to, and we have to clean it all up after, fix it up after. But, so, and this is the way they did it in the early days, you know. And the director, of course, hates you because instead of having somebody come in and say, "My father's dead," they're coming in and they're, "My father's dead." You know, because they're into anime. It's flow, man, flow. See, so the next method that they worked out, and this was right around Three Little Pigs, 1933, was the pose-to-pose method. There's a quote of Disney saying, "I'm sure that there's a scientific approach to this stuff." And they sure went at it in a scientific way. They certainly went at it in a very practical way, test everything, and figured this out, which is the pose-to-pose using key drawings. And I'll circle them, drawings. And this gave you, the pro is the clarity of what's happening. You can test it, the director can see it, the producer can see it, you can see it. It's calculated and it's strong. And what they tried to do with this, which I'll show you methods. The problem was then to go nicely so if we got a happy fellow, oh no, let's say he's sad and he's going to go to happy, where do we go in the middle to go nicely from one to the other? See what I mean? But you know where the hell you are, you know how long the scene is, and you're doing your job. I mean, you're fulfilling the function of the scene, and it's also very easy to assist. Easy. The producer loves you because you can put charts on it, and have the assistant, have other people do the work, a lot of the work. And it doesn't strain the milk of say you have one good animator who's got to cover a lot of territory, he can do some rather nice drawings or clear positions, and everybody else can, with indications, however you do it, everybody else can then slave away carrying it through. So that became, for quite a while, the method they used. Oh, I haven't put the contrary. The con is loss of flow and loss of spontaneity. The studio's making money, the stuff is working, but it just doesn't have the zing. 3, the best method which they developed later into a system is the combination of both, obviously. Straight ahead. Here's what you do. First,
was it Planet Small thumbnail drawings? Do they still call that thumbnail drawings? Little drawings where you don't have to spend much time. I used to take my little drawings, and of course, as you know, in the crummy little drawing, or in the little rough drawing, you have somehow the human aesthetic built into us, gets the shape of everything real clear. You blow it up, and then I just try to do a nice drawing on top of this thing. If I didn't, I'd have an enormous trouble doing the big drawing. Anyway, the thing is, you draw up your keys that tell the story. And they usually are the storyboard drawings. The second, that running around thing in Roger Rabbit, the first minute or so, I did very, very careful big color magic marker drawings, which I used almost as extremes in the end, and shot them as an animatic, so that Spielberg and everybody would calm down and see, oh, that's going to be good. Then we just had thumbnail scribbles for all the running around stuff in the kitchen. I mean, really scribbles. I mean, that was the baby, and that was he's jumping for the clock pendulum. I mean, stuff like that. And I can't remember whether they even shot them or not in the film. I don't think we did. But I used those little scribbles and then blew them up and did nice drawings on top of them. Okay? Then do the contact drawings, i.e. the drawings that have to be there. Have to be there. If it's a drawing where I'm coming in here and I'm going to push this forward, I wouldn't do it where it's gripped. I would do it just where if the palm is hitting, where the flesh or bone or whatever it is contacting the thing. That drawing is going to have to be there, right? And then it's going to push. That's another contact. I mean, that's another extreme. That's another extreme. Okay? And you can test those. You can test that. Dump, click, 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 push. You can test it out and see how the timing is, how it is, and you've got your structure. Having done that, we've now got the best of the pose-to-pose method. It's clear and Then do several straight-ahead runs. Do the primary thing. The main thing, and get it right, real right. You could say that all the Warner Brothers cartoons, nearly all of them, the really funny ones and good ones, are with Ken's stuff. He just got the primary thing right on the Coyote or Bugs Bunny. There wasn't drapery or fur or tail following or wind blowing. I mean, it was always just clump, the main things that are going to set up the gag and tell the gag and tell it clear. And they get that really right, real right. It was the Disney guys who would get the main thing really right, and then add all this other stuff, which would create the believability and allow you to watch a thing for 100 minutes instead of a 8-minute short. So the primary thing would be, I would say, the passing position, here, all the important things. The little anticipate here, pulling it up here, maybe that, maybe this, dump, dump, right? We've got, get it right. Now, you can also have, and I might, before you do that, I'll just put a question in. Break it down, roughly, to put in before, roughly. So I'm talking about putting in passing, i.e. passing positions. This is a refinement, but this is what I do a lot. Now I got all these drawings. Then take drawing one and then do a straight ahead run on what's happening. You've got your fence posts, but you're running between fence post 1 and fence post 2, your next extreme. You go straight ahead with the hips, say. Everything's from the hips, practically, isn't it? Dancers always say, start putting from the hips, dearie. You run on the hips, right? And then you do a run on the hips, carrying it through, and you run right through the scene with the hips. You might say, okay, I've got to get the head right. No, maybe it's the shoulders next, or the arms. And we're going to run right through the scene with the shoulders. Where am I going to put the shoulders? Then we're going to do another run through the scene with the head, straight ahead run. Then we're going to do another run with the hair. Say it's a guy with a ponytail, or it's a woman with longer hair, or a guy with longer hair. That's going to be the last thing you might do. If it was a dog, the tail would be the last thing you do. So, here are the keys which tell the story like a comic strip. Here are the extremes. Most of them are contacts. Now that we have our building blocks in place, we'll do straight ahead runs on top of our pose to pose. Okay? Now let's give them the wobble head. Now let's give him a ponytail. Next, let's add some drapery, say a scarf. And there's no end to it. So you break it down so that you don't have to break your brain trying to do everything at once. And it's kind of a calculated, you get a calculated building mechanism to put in these keys and extremes in a cold-blooded fashion. And you don't even need to number the drawings particularly, maybe the keys or something. And then you do these straight ahead runs in different colors, however you do it. Separate, and you get this wonderful flow which is sitting on a real nice structure, right? The director still loves you, the producer loves you. Time's running out because you're doing a lot of work, but you get a really wonderful result. You get a beautiful flow and a structure at the same time. And this is the method that Milt and Frank and all, they don't tell you this particularly, I don't think. It came later. I mean, there was an animator at Disney who was a very good animator, who when he did Pluto or something, he would have the whole scene, he'd do this, he'd have the whole scene finished, cleaned up, tested, with no tail. And then he'd just sit down with the finished drawings and put the tail in, working straight ahead. That shows you see, he's going to get a much better effect than if he's trying to figure out, where's the tail on this drawing? Where's the tail on that? Where's the tail, you know? I mean, and you just wear yourself out and you think, well, I won't do much with it. But if I'm going straight ahead later, I'm going to do nice things with it. These are guidelines, you know, this is what I would say, this is the way to think about it. You might want to do just a straight ahead thing, or you might want to really lock yourself down into poses, but they figured out this wonderful combination, which seems obvious now, but it's just wonderful. It just absolutely frees you, because you're secure at the same time that you're being the natural way. Combination. So, we've set out the terminology of the difference between the storytelling keys
and the extremes, the contacts, breakdowns or passing positions, and the in-betweens. We've shown the three ways to animate: the straight ahead, natural way, and the pose-to-pose, calculated way, and the best way, the combination of both. In the next session, we're going to do more on timing and spacing, and some nuts and bolts stuff that you really do need to know. In this first session, we're going to look at nuts and bolts stuff, more timing and more spacing. Though some of the things relate to 2D, these principles still relate to every kind of animation. After all, it really is all in the timing and in the spacing.
We'll have to do the classical animation thing just for a bit more on our numbering system. Are you a member of KISS? K-I-S-S? You know this? Keep it simple. That's it. Keep it simple. Stupid. And use simple numerical sequences, for God's sake. The trouble with this numbering thing here that Warner's used, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they used this system because they were mostly on animating on 2 exposures. So if you need ones, say I'm talking normally, a normal action, I can do 2 exposures every drawing, normally on 2s. And then I want to go like that. I can try to do it on 2s, spacing the thing and leaving a big gap in the middle. But it's better if I just add 1s. So you'd have to add in, say it was here, you call them 2A, 3A, 4A, or 5.5, whatever you want to do. It gets mucky. And the dial, which I've used, in the exposure sheet, which is either dialogue or the dial numbers that are in the camera, like in the computer, don't use this method. Use what Milt did. If he's animating on 2s, he would use the dial numbers. 1, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25. Then, if you've got to drop in some 1 exposure, some 1s, you just put them in here like that. And that means your stuff on any other column, your B drawings, so you've got to hold here, you come in at 9B, and that could be 10, 11 if there was a, see what I mean? If you do a hold, you come back in on 25B. See what I mean? It all becomes, it's the same as the dial number, or the number in the camera. It means you can make changes easily, because you're thinking just 1 to 9. Well, I mean 1 to 10, right? Milt said he thought he had invented this system. I don't think he did. I think it's just the intelligent guys at Disney's just did that. And he would say that if I see a bunch of drawings on my desk that are odd numbers, I know I'm on 2s. And if I see any even numbers, I know I'm on 1s. So he developed this later, or he used it later anyway. The other thing is, the only time you would circle a drawing would be if we go back to 1, and we're using drawing 1 again. Say it's a cycle or something, or for some reason we're using 1, 3, 4. Let's make that a 2 in there. It makes it simpler. See what I mean? And that says to the cameraman, whoops, start back at number 1, because it's a reuse. Okay? The only time you would also put a number ahead of, like B1, would be on a held cell, which we would put H1 and hold it. Say it was a table in front of, there's Daffy Duck. There's a table here in front of him, overlapping him, and that would be H1. Or overlay 1. There's a battle about where do you use, wait a minute, 1s or 2s. Okay? Now, for fast actions, somebody running, I'm running on 1s, right? On computer, you have all your stuff on 1s. You're lucky.
But with us, if we can do somebody talking like this, there's no reason to put it on ones, because there's not much overlap. But it's when it does something broad like that, you need ones. A ballet dancer, anything like that, that's ones. But me just standing here yammering is twos. There's no reason to do twice as much work. Now, I want to refute a genius here, who I think is wonderful, but in this case is wrong. There's a battle that goes on and on and on. Here's Frank Thomas says, he says, a fast action on twos had more sparkle and spirit than the same action with in-betweens, which tended to make the timing too even and remove the vitality. I think why he says that, in their experience, is that you animate a thing on twos, and then you just have somebody put in the in-between drawings on ones, right? And then it's mushy. But if you're animating on ones, which is what I do, it's always better on ones. Ken Harris, who spent his life on twos mostly, we used to put in ones later, he would say, oh God, it's always better on ones. So I think the saying that twos is better is an economic answer to an artistic question. It's always better on ones, always. With one exception, and I used to do this stuff, I would have it traced and painted on ones, and then I'd take out, we'd shoot it in color, using the ones as we'd done it, and then we'd take the drawings out, every other drawing out, or every other cell painted out, and shoot the same action again on twos, and it was never better. Except once, and I had this old witch taking out a stethoscope, and I cannot figure out why, and nobody else could. It was funnier with every other drawing out. It was funnier on twos. I don't know why. That's the only case. Now, Art Babbitt, Frank Thomas, and all those guys say, twos sparkle, because it costs so much more to do twice the amount of work, and twice the amount of work for every department. Walt Disney apparently is one of the first to say, do it on twos, because he's going bankrupt. So trace and paint, camera, everybody all the way down the line is doing twice as much work to get this very smooth effect. So they all brainwash themselves, I think, into saying, oh, it's sparkly and great on twos. But I didn't find it to be the case, except for this one exception. So the battle of the ones and twos is kind of rubbish. I think it's ones and twos, not ones or twos. It's both. You use ones for fast actions, twos for normal actions. And I would say that doing it on ones is twice the work, but it's actually 3 times the effect. Because you want to grab the audience by the throat and make them look. And that Roger Rabbit opening, it's all on ones practically. Not when he's counting on his fingers, I don't think, when he's talking. Even a lot of that with the ears is on ones. You want to make people look, it's going to be better on ones. There is this one thing where you have to pan with if the character, say it's a lion's head going up like this, and if you're panning the background on ones and the lion's head is on twos, there's going to be a chatter. Here, the background is panning past on ones, but the man's on twos, so he jitters. Here the background is panning past on twos, and the man's also on twos, so it sort of works. Now, both the background pan and the man are on ones, and it works, no jitter. There's a couple of odd things about spacing. We're going to... This is the ground, and there's a telephone pole down here.
a telephone pole here. And we're going to do a dotted line. Okay, we're going to draw the passing position, the in-between position of the telephone pole, right? Can I have an unsuspecting volunteer who doesn't know this trick, but who would know where to put the drawing? Where would you put the middle? Volunteer? Anybody? Great. Just put it where you think it is. Obviously, it's going to be down. Good, and wherever you like. Good, very intelligent. That's what I was hoping you would do. That's a very intelligent decision. However, in actuality, the way to figure it out, which is what you're going to blow my game here. There's where she is. Isn't that interesting? So it's something to bear in mind in spacing. So if a character at Warner's, when they're running the coyote up at you, you would bear that in mind. Now, however, you're both right in the sense that what they found was that's technically correct, but it's actually rather better to cheat it very slightly forward each time. Looks better. Don't ask me why. So you would do this all the way up. You would, roll. Find the one in the middle and just push it forward a little bit. Find the one in the middle. And push it forward. It wouldn't be there. Oh my God, where am I? It would actually be a little better to do it there. Let's apply the same thing to a running figure. Treat the head as an oval and find the midpoint. Animate the head with the same system and add the body. We all know what this feels like. When something is coming at you, the images are clustered in the distance, and they separate as they come towards you. When things are going around a corner, they appear to cluster at the edges, and they separate in the center. Animators usually think of arcs kind of in a flat, two-dimensional way, but arcs are just as often like this. The images clustering at the edges, separating in the middle, clustering at the edges again, separating in the middle, and clustering at the edges again. Let's take a ball revolving around a central point. We'll show the top view and the side view at the same time. Looking at the top view, the ball is evenly spaced as it travels around. But when we look at the same thing from the side view, it's clustered at the edges and separated in the middle. Some of the balls at the edges sit right on top of each other. It appears to travel fast around the front
and clusters at the edges.
There's a principle here. If you were to turn a face from here, and he's going to turn to the front here, your passing position or breakdown, or it's better to throw the thing off, displace the in-between drawing. Whoops, which would be sort of there. Display, I'll just call it the in-between. I mean, otherwise it's going to look just like you got a circle here, and the features are just going to go around a globe, like they're just moving around the front of a plexiglass globe. So what you want to do is just to get that.
Here's what it looks like if we don't displace the in-between position. Dull, because there's not much volume. Now let's displace the middle position. It gives some volume. Let's go further and displace and drop the middle position. We get even more volume.
Here's the classic in-betweener's mistake. You've got a hammer coming here and a nail there. And it's going to, he's going to hit the nail wrongly. So the nail bends.
Our hammer is going to hit the nail badly and bend it like this. Here's our mid position. Bam! But our dozy helper does this.
I mean, it's funny, but that happened all the way through the rabbit. I couldn't believe you get it. They're just putting senselessly putting drawings. They're robot people.
Here we go again. Our slumbering in-betweener strikes again. Obviously, it's this. We're in-betweening forms, not lines. The thinking in-betweener in-betweens the forms. The unthinking in-betweener just in-betweens lines.
I need a volunteer just for a second. Let's get you again, since you were right before. This isn't a test. This is just a thing. Just a little thing which people don't notice, which is very useful. If you stand there, I guess, stand just like me.
Yeah.
With one, there you go. Lovely. And that's it. Just now relax and look at that finger, and then turn your head and look at the next one. Excellent. You refocus, right? In any kind of a head turn, we naturally blink in the middle.
We usually blink on a head turn. But if we're alert or frightened, we don't. Because there's a certain amount of squashing and stretching in life, animators for humor have tended to exaggerate squash and stretch and overuse it. At its best, it's hilariously funny. Even in realistic animation, it can be useful in a very reduced form. The top animators on Bambi found that even in the subtle movements of a deer, there is a very slight amount of squash and stretch. However, at its worst, you get this crude rubber duck sploopy effect. I try not to overuse it. The problem is you lose solidity. I'll show you how you can get all the flexibility and vitality that you will ever need without resorting to squishy cartoon effects. However, what animation does need is a change of shape. And one way of getting a change of shape is squashing and stretching. The question is, how much squash and stretch do we use, and when do we use it? It certainly works well for a cartoon. And for a bouncing ball. But I found out early on that we can get a very good result without it. I discovered this by just shooting a coin with good spacing. You can get a very good result, a very good bounce, using a rigid coin. Now, using squash and stretch, Ken Harris showed me a very interesting thing to increase change of shape by stretching out the contact position.
Ken Harris said, look, you need to get another drawing in there to get an increased change of shape. Now, a lot of this will have to do with the timing, but try to get this. You can see what's happening. And then that. Try to get a contact if you're doing a stretchy thing, and try again when it's coming off to keep a contact as it goes up. Try to get a contact in here and try to keep the contact there.
This extra contact position gives us more change of shape, but it will be a softer hit. Take it out and you get a harder hit.
So it's the principle is like if the coyote is flying through the air and he's going to hit that wall and he's going to go splat. That's a desert wall, however he is. He's going to go thwack there. I say there's another drawing here, for sake of argument. Try to get a contact, maybe the nose, it's two. Try to get that it contacts again before you get the big change of shape.
In animation, we need at least 5 drawings or positions to go across the screen or to jump out of it. For a stronger hit, we'll take out drawing number 6 and throw it away. For an even stronger hit, we'll take out drawing number 5 and throw it away, and do a new drawing number 5, contacting the cliff and stretched out to twice the length.
And it's the same thing. He's got a frog. Let's turn this into a frog. He's got the frog like this. It would be much better to have the hands hit. You see what I mean? Frog's like this. Right?
The frog then hits and squashes up, however he is down here, squashed. And then when he goes up again, get some green, have at least one of the hind legs contacting the ground. Stretch out the arms to make an early contact and keep it. And it's the same with a jump. If somebody's jumping, you want the foot there, you want to get that contact on the ground. Have at least 1 foot contact early and keep a contact. So it isn't bump, bump like that, unless you want to particularly do that. It's always much go bump. See what I mean? So have a contact. Always try to have contacts, extra contacts, so that you get a bigger change of shape. Everything starts to get in. Once we get the systems going, everything becomes change of shape.
This has all been about spacing. Now let's get back to timing things.
There was a thing known in Warner Brothers, certainly, Ben Washam's 12-frame yawn. And Ben Washam was the sort of charming animator for Chuck Jones. And he was a very good guy. And when he first came into animation, he was a good drawer, and he did this elaborate thing of a guy yawning. So he goes, you know, and Ben did 12 drawings. You know, shoot that on 12. I mean, that's 12 frames. So you get, and then shock horror. They then shot it on 2, so you get, so then Ben learned that the timing is that you do the timing first. How long does the yawn take? At least 2 seconds. And then you figure out where to put your drawings, and then the spacing, right? Here are the charts which indicate the spacing. Here it is again. The conclusion is it's all in the timing and the spacing. Beginner animators always put in far too much action in the short space of time. They do a walk, and they get the arms going like this, you know, instead of the arms doing bugger all. You know, they're just walking. As a normal walk, you don't see much happening. So a beginner he's all over the place. And then the old guys, they're tired out, and they don't do enough. It's just like that, you know. So the whole problem in spacing like this is to get the right amount of action in the right amount of time, right? That's the problem, isn't it? And the way to do it is act it out. And I think, you know, I keep saying, let me write it. Use the video. It's saved animation. Test. Test and test again. Art Babbitt used to get madder than hell at me for using the video. Because he'd say, you're cheating. You're using that video as a crutch. He'd say, don't you think you think you're getting all the, you know, you're using that as a crutch. And I said, no, I'm just using it. I said, what's the difference between that and a pencil test? And he said, well, it's not a pencil test. I said, yes, it is. It's a video version. And he was, and I said, is it better to go into the cameraman at 6:30 at night when he's trying to go home and give him all your tests, and then send it into the lab and get it in at rushes the next morning and wait for the editor to get it cut in, and next noon you get to see your test and find it was wrong and you have a lot to change? Why not go to the video and shoot the thing in 10 minutes and make your changes? So that's what I did, and I use a video like crazy. And he said, well, you should be able to do it without. And I said, yeah, but then you're doing cliches, you're routining. And in fact, Art, as he wouldn't use a video much, and he would have somebody leap. In the end, he was having a great big 200-pound king leaping into the air, and he'd be going like this. He didn't mean slow motion. I said, better use the video. It's a pencil test machine. So, test.
We've looked at more timing and spacing issues, at how far apart we make the drawings, whether they're in clusters or far apart, and when to use squash and stretch. We've looked at how we time those drawings, whether they're on ones or twos, and how much time you need to do an action. Time it out first. In the next session, we'll tackle walks. Walks are fascinating, and we'll find how to build different walks with weight, personality, and style. Walks. Walks are about the hardest thing to do right. There's a hell of a lot going on in a walk. The key to walks is doing things in the right order. Start by deciding on a tempo. Then we do the contact positions where the foot is touching the ground but there's no weight on it yet. Let's take a normal walk. We should start by taking a look at a basic pattern of a normal walk. Always start with the contacts, where the foot contacts the ground and the leg is straight with no weight on it yet. We'll take one stride, one step. And we'll pull it apart for clarity. People just going somewhere mostly walk on 12s, march time, 12 positions per step. The passing position will be just slightly higher than the contacts. The down position, where we feel the weight, where the legs are bent, the pelvis and the head are down, is where we feel that weight. And the up position is the high. The push-off leg is straight and the pelvis and the head are at their highest. Now we add the in-betweens and we can see a wave pattern. This is all exaggerated here for clarity. Now we'll add the arms. The arms on the contact positions counter or oppose the legs. Here's the passing position. The arms are just in the middle of the swing. But in the down position, the arms are at their widest point in a normal walk. Add in the up position where the arms are just an in-between, and we have an exaggerated natural walk pattern. We should understand this pattern thoroughly because we're going to use it as we go. But we're also going to ignore it and use a different structure which will help us to invent. Here it is. We always start with the contacts. And here we'll make the passing position the up, and this makes the contacts act as the down. We put in the other in-between positions and this will still give us an acceptable feeling of weight. But we can put the passing position anywhere we want. As the down, leaning back, stepping high, pushed further down, change the arms on the contacts. Working this way, we can invent actions. We can go on forever.
I was getting in a car. I guess the car would be about here, and the street was here. So I'm getting in the car, and I saw a man walking from here to here. This is the top view, from here to here. From here to about here. And I said, that guy's gay. And I was trying to say, what? How can... And I stopped, I pulled the car back in and I said, how can I know that he's gay? I mean, I can't even see him. Now, and I know that our peripheral vision is so sharp, that's for protection in the jungle. Anyway, I didn't know any of this. I just saw this thing and I thought, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be this animator. How do I know this? So I got out of the car, ran up the road, and he'd gotten about a block down here by then. And this is what he's doing. So I'm walking along behind and copying him, right? So he's walking. No up and down. The head was level. Walking on a tightrope. Now, the reason that's slightly feminine is that women tend to protect themselves, isn't it? It's their protect. Well, you'll see them out like this if they're boxing or something, shopping. Anywhere where there's a crowded bunch of men ogling women, they go around like. So with the legs, they'll tend to protect the business. See?
There's just a slight, I mean, it's slight, it's subtle, I mean, in a normal woman's walk, you know? So, but with a man, because of the equipment we're carrying, right? There's a tremendous amount of up. The passing position is up, right? Whereas on the gay walk or the women's walk, there's not much. In this case, there was none.
Women usually take short steps in a straight line, as opposed to Mr. Macho. But not always.
So the passing position becomes terribly important to tell us the quality of the walk. Where we put that middle position. Is it up? Is it down? Is it sideways? Is it whatever? You get strange things like strange combinations of masculine and feminine, like the guy who's doing John Wayne, who walks with his shoulders. He walks like a 1940s woman, like Barbara Stanwyck or something with the shoulder. He has very little up or down. You remember? You see that with John Wayne? Those shoulders. It's almost exactly the same as, come up and see me. You know how to whistle, don't you? Come up and see me sometime. He's doing the same thing with his shoulders. Where are the goddamned Indians? You know? It's very strange. And I think part of the appeal of John Wayne is he has the facial, those feminine, the eyes are almost feminine. And yet there's this big hunk of a guy. Anyway, so for walks, you're going to get all kinds of stuff. Like I was doing the Hollywood walk, the postman yesterday who's written the script. And it's, I mean, you see that all the time. Practically everybody in Hollywood. Hi there. That head is just, you can see all angles. It must be, look at all the angles of my marvelous face at once. So the walk is probably just a normal walk, but with this. Or you've seen this one, the actors. Hi there. You know, everything's back here. Not much up and down. And then a pregnant woman is walking way back, right? Or a fat man. If fat men walk like dancers, because they have so much meat in here that they have to spread the leg, and they have to sort of. Orson Welles, when he was able to walk, was like this. So the point is that the big fat person is going to obviously got to carry all this stuff. And normally in a walk, you know, you get the arm, this arm, the counter arm, the other arm counters, isn't it? I'm doing a normal walk. The arms counter the legs. Well, in San Francisco, we saw a woman walking around. She was huge, woman, and she to carry all this stuff, the arms and the legs couldn't counter each other. It was like she had invisible strings attached to her hands to hold all this stuff as it rocked from side to side. You know, going down the road like this. So, or, let me think. A drunk, I don't know if a drunk has a lot of up and down, but what a drunk is doing is all the time, I'm telling you, I'm not drunk. Watch the head. I am not drunk. I do not drink. Right? So everything's wobbling around in the bottom, and it's trying to hold steady at the top. Let me think of others. What have we got here in my list? A baby will just lurch, won't they? It's not like a drunk at all. Somebody said babies walk like drunks. They don't, because a baby is trying to go forward, you know, and stop from falling down. All the theorists say that walks are a process of falling over and catching yourself. And a normal walk, you get a thing there's a kind of that shape. It goes that shape, the foot.
The heel tends to follow this pattern. The heel is the lead part. The rest of the foot follows along.
When you turn on your walk analyzing ray in the road, it's astounding what you see. I mean, I never notice anything normally. But when I see one of these crazy walks, then I say, what is unusual about this? And you can look instantly for the passing position.
A while ago, I did a bit of filming in London, analyzing walks. Look at those legs, nice and far apart, and he rolls from side to side. His foot is hitting the ground every 12 frames. Amazing how many people are in march time. The woman with the cane is walking 1, 2, 3, every 20 frames about. Watch the dog walk. The dog is walking on 4s, I think. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. One leg is bad, so the one on the right is moving on maybe 6 frames. The one on the left, probably about 10. It's a limp.
When I was a kid, at the time you're pushing doorbells and running and stuff, this friend of mine, who comes back into the course later, he would run across the road and right into the traffic and stop all the traffic. And then I would come from the other, this is quite a large street, young street. And I'm like, go across like this. And get to the other side and run like hell. Until we used to do this all the time until when I got caught. And the guy beat me senseless, so I never did it anymore. But that's a very interesting thing, I mean, to analyze, because you're going, look at the amount of up and down in there. You're going like this forward, like a sneak. Then on the passing position, the head is back, or it's actually here, isn't it? I can see if I can do it better. The passing position. So there's a hell of a lot of stuff going on. And obviously, if you break this stuff down, like on that film, in a normal walk, the passing position's here. If you throw it off, it walks like this. That's just by putting the passing position there. And Art Babbitt did an awful lot of walks where he was the first one to violate all the rules. He would put Goofy's foot over here between the passing position and the start position. You do that. I can't do it, of course. He would put the feet on backwards. Nobody ever noticed. I mean, it's amazing what you get away with. So, right, we now go to draw this stuff. The first thing in a walk is to set the tempo. If somebody walked on 4s, this would be, let me just pull it. This would be every fourth drawing, right? 1, let's mark it here. 1, X, 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 step, 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 step. 25. That's in a second. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions in a second. So that's not a walk. That's a run, right? And it's a run with 6. That's a cartoon run because I can't do it, I don't think. Certainly not with a heck of a run-up. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5. I can't do it. I can't get my feet. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 5, 6. It's not possible, hardly. So 4s, a cartoon run, I mean, maybe if you had a real runner and he had a hell of a run in, you might get him going, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. I don't think it's possible. Then we'll have 6 frames. 6s. I'll write frames here, it's clearer, isn't it? That's a naturalistic run. Or you could say fast cartoon walk. If you want to be cartoony. So that would be every 6. Where are we here? Yeah, it's roughly. So every 6 frames, one of these is 5 frames or something, but you're going to get a fast run. So running into it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 4 per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I was running, that's a pretty fast run for a person, isn't it? Still. So it's a hell of a, that's a very, very fast. 8 frames is you could call it it's a normal run, let's say. Normal human run, which is obviously step. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I need a run in. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, so we're now in the realm of possibility. 12 frames equals business-like walk. Brisk, normal walk. March time. And that's obviously every. So again, da dum, da 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 dum dum dum, da dum, da 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 dum dum dum. Going to the toilet, going down to the store. Going across the room to get a book even, if I'm purposeful. They had big battles about whether people walk on 12s. And of course the and Milt went out with a stopwatch, and this is 1933 when he went to the studio. He timed everybody, and everybody's going around on 12s. Came back to the studio and said everybody's going on 12s. They said, oh, no, they're not on 12s. And all these theories came out why they're not on 12s. He said, they are on 12s. Go out and test it. Of course, nobody did. And they argued this thing. Well, the reason they're arguing is that 12s is hard to divide, right? If you've got an 8-frame walk, these lazy bastards can evenly divide.
A chart divided into 8s makes it easier to in between.
Whereas a 12-frame walk, you've got, it's like this.
A chart on 12s makes it hard to in between on 3rds.
That means if the animator has to do every drawing, he's got to think harder. And if he's going to give it to an assistant in the production line, they're going to dump the work on them. They're going to be putting in 3rds here.
Our logo characters have different personalities, but they're all walking on 12s. I wanted the duck to be silly, so I gave him the silly arm swing and the unexpected hops. The rabbit is on the mobile phone. People on the phone tend to glide, no up and down. But to get some sense of weight, I put up and down on his bottom half, belly, and the legs. He's supposed to be a Hollywood executive. The stick man enters like a deck chair, unfolding itself. Everything unfolds and gradually comes into the rhythm of 12s like the other creatures. Our 1920s-style rubber hose cat moves in circles and figure eights, but still walking on 12s. He's boneless until he stiffens, limb by limb, but he stays on 12s. This happy guy is two-dimensional, so all we have to work with are his feet. So we lift the knees up high to slam the feet down on the beat. The sausage dog stretches like an accordion. His back end is trying to escape from his front end. But he gets it together when he comes back in, and he's on the beat.
16 frames, that's a strolling walk. More leisurely. It's interesting the way people think. I used to think in seconds, 1001, 1002, 1003, or one Mississippi, one little monkey, two little monkeys, or three Mississippi, whatever. And when I met Milt and heard this thing about the 12 frames, and then I just cut it in half. So I now think in 12s. And he said he thought he always timed things thinking of 12s because everything was just a little, he said it's simple because it's to do with our heartbeat or something, and everything is just a little more than 12, or everything's just a little less than 12. Ken Harris, who was a footage meister, he thought he'd always take his pencil and point, do it like this. He would, 16s. That's it. There, doink, doink, doink. That's 1 foot. He always thought in footage. And so I found it's a better way to think of the 12s, because then if it's a little less, you go down to 8, it's a little less, or 10 or whatever. It's a real easy way to think. So we do here's the strolling walk, isn't it? 16, if I can remember Ken. Da, da, strolling walk, going, coming from the washroom. Wondering what I'm going to do the rest of the day. "20 frames is tired. Elderly person or person. So 20 frames, 1,000, 12, so it's, you see that quite a lot in the shopping mall. And then, of course, we stop here at 20. Let's stop at 24 frames. Very slow step. So 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,001. This is, I'll be walking around like this at the end of the day. Here's the taxi here. Can we have a lift, Chris? 1,002, okay?
I've worked with directors that they have the tempo kind of built into their head. And even looking at a storyboard, they get it down to a couple of frames for a 900 frame sequence, and they know the timing. Yeah. I was just wondering how you practice learning the tempo and internalizing a tempo so that your analysis is faster.
Yeah, I think we do think in tempo, and I think we are all naturally, you're naturally built for this medium, if you have a sense of rhythm. I can't dance. I always hid in the orchestra or something, but I could dance, I'm sure. I've got to, and you just get, when I first went to England, and I saw these guys animate, and the best of the English guys, and they were going, deep, deep, bong, bong, zit, zit, clonk, clonk, brrr, clang, and I say, oh God, I'm an artist. I don't want to be like that. And about a year later, I'm going, deep, deep, bong, bong, brrr, brrr, clang, ding, you just get that way. But what they did in Hollywood, I remember I said to Art Babbitt once, I love the Tom and Jerry timing. I don't, the boop, 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 boop. And he said, yeah, on eights. I said, what? And he said, yeah, Bill Hanna, everything's on eights. Everything's on eights? Yeah. He said, yeah, that's boring. Yeah. There, you got every 8 frames. He hits a bump, beep, honk, down here. You always hit wherever it is. You're hitting thud, clunk, clunk, clunk.
A chart on eights is easy to work with. It's evenly divisible.
And of course, everybody's going Flintstone or something. Hi there. Hi, friend. How are you doing? Oh, okay. Over there. It's all ding, ding, bong. So Tom and Jerry goes, beep, boom, ding, bong, all on eights. I mentioned it once to Chuck Jones. I said, how do you time on stuff? He's my most wonderful timer, isn't it? Him and Tex Avery are it. Well, Frizz Freeling's great, for these shorts. Anyway, he said, we had 12 sheets and 16 sheets. I said, what do you mean? He said, we'd have these, this would be let's have a 16 sheet. We'd have a red line go across every foot. And that was our 16 sheet. And we'd put our accents, thump, bump, clump. Just hit or halfway between, if I'm hitting an offbeat. I would put everything on these 12, I would think on 16s. And he said, then the thing had a musical, they put the music on after, so it had an inherent musical beat. So they'd say, this Roadrunner cartoon's on 16s. And then he said, and then we had 12 sheets where we, it'd be the same thing on 12s. You have I think they had blue line or green line, or a different color from the 16s. You just run the line. So same thing, you're going to go thump, bang, clomp, and then it's on 12s, march time. So you've got the whole commercial. He said then the musician doesn't have to hit it there, but he could, with his click track, he can hit it where he wants. See, so it makes it easy for him. That's dum-da-dum-da-dum, That. So we're gonna build a walk. And although walks are probably the hardest things, well, they are the hardest things to do. When beginner animators always want to animate a scene, a guy walks into a room and starts arguing with somebody, or go and never darken my door again, or running around the table, all kinds of stuff. And they get all tangled up and depressed, and it doesn't work and everything. Instead of just concentrating on walks, different kinds of walks. And of course, the great thing to do is with these stick figures, which I hope to not do a decent drawing in this whole course. And the reason is, this is a wonderful thing Babbitt showed us, is that if you just do stick figures, well, there's the hips, right? And there's the arm. Here's the other arm. We can even put joints in if need be. And you should please test these things. They'll work. You may need to retime things, blah, blah, blah. But the basic thing's going to work, and it'll work real fast.
We'll start again with our normal walk pattern. The passing position is just slightly higher. The down position will be slightly down, where we feel the weight, and the push-off is the up position, the highest point. Here it is. We get a wave pattern. Now we're going to use our invented walk method. Start with the same contact positions and add the passing position on an up. And it still gives us an acceptable feeling of weight. Now let's keep the same contact positions, but make the passing position the down. We get this. Now keep the same contact positions again, and let's be inventive with the passing position. Down and bent like a peanut. It works. This method opens the door for all kinds of invention. However, don't make cycles of head action in circles. It comes out like a pigeon. Same bird-like effect with a figure 8. So for safety, we tend to keep the head mass mostly straight up and down. But we should still be brave and try things. This method opens the door to all kinds of invention. It also helps us to plan, to keep our figures in proportion, and to plot them in depth. Here's a way to plan a walk in perspective. There's the horizon, and there's the vanishing point. We draw two lines, one along the top part of the post and the other along the bottom, both meeting at the vanishing point. Then we draw another line halfway in between. Now draw a line from the top of the first post, going through the center of the second post. Now we know where to put the third post. And all the rest. Now add in our figure, making all the right foot contacts. Then put in the left foot contacts. Then add in the passing positions. And all the rest.
But you see, you've got a structure then. I might, having done a thing like that, I might start to go straight ahead on top of it, of the whole thing. With these drawings under,
Say, no, I want to loosen it up. I don't want it just to be like this. But I've got it all figured out. I know I'm not going to go wrong. It's going to come up in perspective correctly. It's going to work. I might start drawing here and say, might just take the head and do a performance with it. You know, it's talking. And I might do something weird with the hands, or take one hand. Or it's got the palsy and start, you know. It's just getting these fence posts or clotheslines in, and then running on top, either using these drawings or starting again on variations. Takes the anxiety out.
Let's dig into some details and variations.
Okay, we've already done this is a pretty prosaic piece of stuff, but we've already got something interesting, is that this, as the arm, you know, the arm is back, when the arm is back, the shoulder's back. I'll just write shoulders back. Back. And the hip joint is forward. Hip back. Shoulder forward. In a normal man's walk, the passing position is up, and the arm is going to be just in the middle, just a normal in between as it swings through, and the leg is going to be right in the middle. The foot's going to be down, and the other okay. If that was a 12-frame walk, and we're going from 1, and that would be 7, the passing position, and 13, right? Let's just draw it from the front. Right. It's going to be straight as it goes up. Now I've done something interesting here, which I didn't intend to do so early. On the front position, we see we've drawn this leg like this. We've taken a hammer and smashed the person's knee to a position it cannot go to. Wham! And Babbitt calls this breaking joints. And everybody does it. I don't know. I never talked to Milt about it, or Ken Harris didn't do it ever, I don't think. But I don't think they have a term for it other than arts. And they may not. They just say, "Well, you got to do this." You know. Well, you got to do it. You got to do it. Well, you got to do it. And you say, "Well, it's a breaking joint." Well, that's intellectual. What we're doing is smashing the joint, bending it this way, and doing the same thing. Maybe the foot would do that. I'm not sure. If you draw, what's a good color? Let's draw a woman on it, a semi-realistic woman. You accept that, don't you? I mean, you tend to accept it. So my point is, we can start to get away with murder on passing positions and drawing. This is an extreme. And some people are actually built that way. But we can distort enormously without reverting to squash and stretch.
So we've built our basic walks, and we have a method on which to build our inventions. Now we come to the interesting stuff. Here's a tracing of a very inventive mime artist. Take a look at this strut. She lifts her back foot up fast and puts it down slow. The exact opposite of a normal walk. If a real person can do this, just think what we could do in animation. And that's what we're going to do in the next session when we look at flexibility in walks. All walks are different. No two people in the world walk the same. Actors try to get hold of their character by figuring out how they would walk. They try to tell the whole story with the walk. We need flexibility to make our walks convincing. In this session, we're going to investigate different ways to get the flexibility that we need to create personality in a walk.
I had terrible trouble doing a double bounce, and because I always wanted to do it, and I used to analyze bits of film, and I couldn't do it. And I actually did the one in the Panther, the one with the Mickey Mouse ears. All a double bounce is 2 downs per step. Let me just write that. 2 downs per step.
Here, we're putting the down on the contacts and the passing position, and up on the mid positions. Works well. Or we can make the contacts in the passing position the ups and the mid positions the downs. Both methods work. We put the fox from our logo double bouncing on 12s.
Do you know the Disney film The Rescuers? Where Milt Kahl animated, there's a marvelous scene, well, every scene he did of Medusa. He did nearly all the important shots of her. And she goes into the distance kind of, like this. Do you know, it's quite a famous scene amongst animators. And the bomb is going, do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. And the meat of the behind is going 2 downs per step. Very subtle. So I rung him up and asked him about it, and he said he did it. I said, how'd you do that? That's a double bounce on the bum, isn't it? And he said, well, I acted out, I did it myself. I shut the door so nobody could see me, and I just figured it out. And he wouldn't use live action anymore, having done it for 35 years, studying live action. He then said, I've had it. I know what's happening. I can figure anything out. I'll do it. And then it all went around the younger animators. Oh, don't use live action. Don't use live action. Milt doesn't use live action. We don't use live action. So they just immediately canceled themselves out of 35 years of study, and they carry on doing stuff they don't know what, it's not so good. So it's the old thing. Learn the rules and then throw them out the window. But you've got the rules in your bloodstream. You can then do what you want, isn't it?
The double bounce walk that we've just done is basically a standard 3-position walk with 2 extra positions. But it's still a standard walk. Now we'll start to vary things. We've got the head, the hips, the shoulders, the arms, the knees, everything to work with. Let's start to limber things up. We'll start with a boring mechanical walk. It functions, but it's dull. First, we'll tilt the shoulders. Then tilt the hips in the opposite direction. Already it's got personality. Now let's bend the body on the 2 extreme positions. Gives him real personality. Take it further by breaking the leg. Whether it would bend that way or not. Really interesting. and we'll tilt the head. Adds life. And how about this? We'll delay the tilt of the head on the passing position. Cheeky. Let's take this uninteresting walk. It functions. Now let's stick the head out on the passing position. Like a pigeon. Kind of interesting. Or we'll stick the head out on the contacts. Very interesting.
There's another thing here. We could get more movement in this. Just a thing like this, just by the belt line, for example.
Normally, the belt line is down with the foot that is down, and up with the foot that is up. And normally, the shoulder opposes the pelvis. But we can do what we like. Here it is normally.
This is like doing your separate runs. You first do your three main positions. The two contacts, then the middle position, and then you start thinking about what you're going to do for what you've got in your head in the middle and do separate runs. Main things first, lesser things later. Let me just do another thing with the head. Here's our first position of the head.
We're going to wobble his head with self-love. The head tilts toward us on the down and away from us on the up.
Then the next step, you could have the head, the next passing position could be this way. There's the ear, that's the back of the head.
Let's swivel the head and then tilt it. Now he's really pleased with himself.
I always wondered why these, in the any books on animation, or you'd see the rough drawings of animators, and they would always have these, they have a head here or something. They have these, they were sort of like this, or the eyes would be like that. They were constantly using drawings like that, and I thought that was the way they drew. This was a drawing thing, but it wasn't. They were animators, or layout. They were figuring out, if you're animating Snow White's head or a realistic head, you don't want the eyes and nose and everything to wobble, so you end up with all these guidelines, isn't it? Going from here to here. See what I mean? So that's an animator. They just started. They're thinking this way, right? They're thinking, where am I gonna put the head?
We tend to think of walks as just the legs. We've already broken a knee joint, which loosened up the walk. Now let's see what we can do with an arm swing. We'll start with a mechanical arm swing. It works, but it's stiff. Now we'll drag the hand coming forward and drag the hand going back, which will loosen it up a bit. Now we'll break the elbow joint. It looks weird, but watch what it'll do. Now it's loose, and we can hardly see the broken joint. We just feel it. Better still, we'll overlap the hand at the end of each swing. Now, move the shoulder back and forth in an arc. Result, much more limber.
Curves are beautiful to watch, so we tend to walk in arcs. I mean, a foot, on a normal walk, a foot sort of goes like that, doesn't it? It's a figure eight, but the foot goes down. If you watch a person's walk, we could turn it into that very easily, but it's a sort of arc. Everything's generally going in arcs, isn't it? This is going in an arc. Everything's kind of going in arcs. Arc, arc, arc. If I hit somebody, though, I don't want it in an arc, isn't it? I'm going to lose the momentum. So I might go in an arc, anticipating slugging him, going back in an arc, but then the hit is as absolutely straight as I can. So aggressive movements, like a karate movement that comes out of nowhere, there are usually no arcs in those, right? Those kicks, they're not balletic. They just sort of, bam, they come out at you unexpected. No arcs, right? Ballerinas, arcs. Everything's arc. Feminine is arcs, obviously. Watch your arcs. But as one of the great things with computer animation is you can go so subtly. These things, gee, try it. It should open stuff up for you. If I was on it, that would be one of the first things I would try.
When you talk about breaking the joints there, do you mean like that the elbow actually physically extends back into here, or would it be like where the joint breaks all the way back here, or would it be more like this?
Come into the.
Would it be more like this kind of move where it goes back because it's twisting along this axis, or is it more just one of those things where you just break it?
It'd be nicer if you could twist it along the axis. But you could, if it doesn't feel right, you can actually just smash it.
Yeah, because I oftentimes, and I haven't tried this, so I have no idea, but sometimes I find that like in the 2D world, you can get away with more little cheats like that because you'd be less aware of the elbow, but with the computer, with all the modeling and everything, that sometimes things feel like just broken because you're very aware that that's still the elbow.
Yeah.
So but I mean, would twisting it be?
Well, I would try to twist it first.
So that's the ideal way.
If it didn't look right,
okay.
Obviously you'd try to make it as believable as possible. But if it won't, then you just take a deep breath and break your arm.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's one of the big things that will really work in computer, and this gives you more change, isn't it? It's a device to give you more change. And as Babbitt would say, have the courage to invent.
Art Babbitt was the master of breaking joints and breaking all the rules. Look at all the stuff that's going on here. Here are the extreme positions. The back leg is broken, and the foot's on backwards. On the next extreme, the back leg is broken, and the foot's on backwards. We then go back to extreme number 1. Pull them apart for clarity. The middle position, the elbow breaks, the hand is way back, the back arch reverses, and on the next pass position, the back arch reverses again. Pull it apart again for clarity. 5 and 11 are more or less in-betweens. But notice on 11, his foot is twisted towards us, and on 15, it's pointed away from us. Now the opposite step. On number 19, his left arm swing doesn't break, and on 25, his leg is twisted away from us. On 2, it's just an in-between, and on 9, the arm is still broken. On 13, the foot swivels back, the butt is at its highest, and the back arch reverses. So that on extreme 15, the butt falls on the contact. On the opposite step, 17 is just an in-between, and on 23, the foot swivels back, and on 27, it's basically an in-between. To analyze Babbitt is almost impossible. If he was to animate it again, he'd probably do something completely different.
He wanted to invent actions. He poo-pooed animators who just did sort of normal kind of performances. He would approve of squash and stretch a lot because, although he didn't use it very much, he tried to do it this way. But anything that's not normal, that's more imaginative. He said, we've got an invented medium, let's invent.
Let's take a break from invention, and let's get into how we handle weight in walks.
This is a thing Ken Harris showed me. This is a head-on walk with exaggerated weight shift.
Here are the contact positions, and here is the first passing position with his weight over his left foot. On the second passing position, his weight is over his right foot. Each step requires him to shift his entire body weight.
So you could get a very nice thing here because of this. If there's the belt line, which on the passing position you could get that just with the belt line.
The belt line emphasizes the shifting of his body weight.
Okay, and this is exaggerated counteraction, as in a fat man walk, say. As he goes up, and this is obviously very exaggerated, the fat mass, as he goes down, the fat mass is going up as he goes down. The breasts, definitely. As she goes up, they go down. And it doesn't matter whether they're tiny or large or medium. They're going to go down. That's the flesh goes down as the body comes out, whether it's in small amount or a large amount. And as it goes down, they jiggle up. So, and the same will happen with a fleshy buttock.
The same thing applies to a woman's body as she walks. The same counteraction applies to a floppy hat. As she goes down, her hat brim goes up, and as she goes up, the hat brim goes down.
We did an interesting thing with Jessica at first, is that it's just on this 4-frame business. We led the breasts came in 4 frames early, and she followed. It was very subtle. They were just there a little. It didn't come out to here, and then she came in, but they went 4 frames early. I forget whether it was Xerox, the normal animation, then just stuck it out, whatever it was. You had this. You didn't see it, but you had this very strange feeling, sexual feeling. I mean, if we had delayed it, it would have been not as an aggressive kind of sexual thing. The feminine is concave. It's not, it's not strutting out on the stage selling. It's kind of a masculine thing to do. Take a look at this. You see.
We've looked at invented walks and successive breaking of joints and weight. Now let's see how the master, Milt Kahl, pulls all this together, taking a normal walk and loading it with all the things we've been talking about.
This is a wonderful walk, and it's going to take a while to do it, but it'll show you all the stuff we've been working on, all in action. And what Milt did a series. You could almost call this is a Disney optimistic walk. It's in Pinocchio, one of them, where Pinocchio's going to school, and it's got high elbows. It's sort of, we're off to be an actor or whatever it is. And I think he has a school book. I think it's like this, isn't it? Something like, it's almost a skip. It's a strut. It's got a lot of up and down in it, and it's absolutely beautiful. And he did a whole bunch of them. And there's this one he did in Johnny Appleseed in Melody Time, I think it is. There's a whole bunch of them where he's going off to plant the apple seeds, and he does this terrific, the world is optimistic, I'm going to spend my life planting trees, or whatever it is. So I took a bunch of these and I analyzed them. And they're all the same, kind of. And he worked them out in this exactly same method that you can see. It's transparently, but it's complex. It's something like this. We know the passing position is up on a normal walk, and this is kind of a normal walk, right? So we put the 7, and this is just a normal middle position. And this arm, look at this is wild. It's way up there at its high point, but the body is it's just an in-between, except the leg is going right up here in the strut. That's about right. And I guess, yeah, that's it. And that's probably just an in-between, but with a very high knee.
Okay, now let's look at how Milt does this in detail. First, he makes the contacts. Right away, there's lots of vitality in the contact positions. We'll take 2 steps walking on 12s. Spread it apart for clarity. Head side on, head slightly left, head slightly right. Shoulders oppose hips. Back arm is down, front arm is up. Belt line bends down with the lowest leg. Body twists sideways and twists back. Feet twist and are off the parallel. Next, put in the passing positions, 7 and 19. On 7, the head is up and tilts forward. On 19, the head is up and turns towards us. On 7, the right shoulder is high. On 19, the left shoulder is high. On 7, the elbow joint is broken, as on 19. On 7, the left hand drags, the right hand drags. On the 19, the right hand drags and the left hand drags. There's a big, fast arm swing right through the middle. This would make a great walk as it is, without adding in more highs and lows. Now we'll put in the lows, the down positions. Number 4 is down. Number 16 is down. Delay the arm and drag the hand. Now put in the up position. 10 is an up. 22 is an up. Broken elbow joint on 10. Broken elbow joint on 22. Foot swings in on 10 with the sole towards us. And on 22, the foot swings away from us. Then add in the in-betweens. On thirds. Between the up on 22 and 25, the two in-betweens are intelligent. The knee is at its highest on 23 and stays high on 24 and pops down with the sole towards us on 25, the contact. Now the whole thing is packed with vitality and change. Sophisticated use of the basics. The point of this is not to learn how to do a Disney strut. It's how to think about it and how to go about doing it, whatever it is. How to handle an immense amount of subtle material and keep it strong. And once we've got a walk that we like, we can take it further.
Let's make it, I'm wondering, if it's a fat man, the belly's going to be up here, right? And when he goes down, the belly's going to be, when he's going up, the belly's going to be traveling down. And here it's going to be really down. So I mean, you can handle all kinds of material this way. If it was a woman, and we've got the breasts on it, it would be there as it's going down, they're going to tend to go up. And as he comes up to the front, they're going to travel down. And then and they may go down further and may get an extra wobble here. Who knows? I would just carry them on down further. And then when it comes up, when it's down here, they're going to be going up ever so slightly. So you can see what you can do with hair here. I mean, you're a wonderful arc. You know, the hair is going to be here, here, in a wave motion, you see? Isn't it? You're going to have. So we can. The point of it all is I'm trying to sell you, if nothing else is gotten from this class, all these little tips, they're irrelevant in a way. It's the work method that gets you there. The rest is experience and talent, isn't it? You know, this is technology, this stuff, how to think. And it took these guys, it may have taken them only 10 years to figure all this stuff out before we all went and forgot it or didn't pay any attention to it. But there were several genius minds working on this stuff. Several, you know, and they just figured it out. This is the way to work.
One question regarding that is more advice for us as animators. I guess if you said that in the 1940s you reached some kind of a plateau where Dumbo or Pinocchio were these people were doing this already, and there was much more to explore.
Right.
What is it for us as animators to?
It's a wonderful question, and I think the answer is these are the roots, isn't it? We grow our own tree on their roots, and what's very interesting what you say is, why does the innovator of something, who feels as he's innovating this thing, oh God, I can't get it right, like the computer things happening now. Oh Jesus Christ, our next film will be better. You know, this is still as you invent something or something new, you're thinking, oh God, if I could only get it right, I can't quite get it right, and then that becomes the innovation. And then all the copyists come in, and it goes down, isn't it? I mean, very often the great innovators are the high point, and they're going crazy because they think they haven't got it right. I think the answer is we go through their door, isn't it? I mean, the thing why I get emotional about Ken Harris, who was a friend, and Milton, I felt so privileged that he was a friend. He was the doorway for me, and now I give you guys this stuff. This is the doorway. This saves you years. I was animating 20 years before I learned how to do it. It was a terrible wrench to suddenly say, well, maybe there's a better way than having a nervous breakdown every time I try to be innovative. And far from being less innovative, when I learned the Bugs Bunny stuff, I took off. I was able to, oh, cripes, I've been so privileged. And I don't know, Bluth was kind of in the field some at that point. I didn't meet him or anything, but I felt like I was the only one who realized, A, I was stupid, that I didn't know the stuff, and I had enough experience at learning that I didn't know the stuff, although I was considered this innovator. And it's true, I was doing different stuff all the time, and still am. But it was based on, I realized, God, these guys have got the principles. I want the principles. I don't want to I don't want to drink their bathwater and dress like them, and I don't want to be them. I don't want to steal their shoelaces. I want to know, how did he do that? How did you do Monstro the whale? How the hell did you handle it? And they would tell you. And so I just collected it all. And there wasn't anybody else doing it.
Having looked at walks in depth, in the next session, we'll be delving into sneaks, runs, and animal action. In the previous sessions, we've looked at walks of many kinds. Sneaks are just another kind of walk, and we'll cover those and runs in this session. We'll end up with animal action and how four-footed and other creatures walk and run.
Just want to do the sneak. This is your government issue Hollywood sneak, which is like everybody used it in various forms. If we're going to the sneak, I'll put this foot out, I'll put it straight out. There. Let's say, which is the forward arm. And so what we're doing is this, you've seen this a million times, right? And you can do a greatly reduced one where he doesn't go as far. You know, they do this. It's basically or what you did, sort of. It's the same thing, but with a much subtler. So the basic thing is this: tiptoe to here. So you do, again, you do this drawing, and this drawing, and this drawing, and this drawing.
Here's a formula for a slow sneak. Start with the contacts, and it has a very interesting passing position, way out in front. This takes just under 1.5 seconds per step. Here are the spacing charts for the body and head, easing in and easing out. With actions this broad, we should really put it on ones. Let's do a faster sneak. 1 second per step. So we'll reduce the amount of action. Here comes another variation.
Now you could do all kinds of interesting things on the passing position, couldn't you? You could say, okay, we've got this, and we don't just want him to go like that in a second and a half. We want him to go up, or
here's an adaptation of a Bill Titler sneak, just over 1.5 seconds per step. There are 4 planning drawings, 2 extremes, the passing position down and an up position on the next breakdown or passing position. As in a walk, the wing arms do counter the feet. Just look at the amount of change. Curve to opposite curve, to straight, to curve. Look how clever this man is. Look at the changes of shape.
the one that never works, I think, I thought I'd seen it work once, and it was on a Disney thing called Legend of Coyote Rock, you know, where they're like this, and they got a foot up there, and a foot down there, and it goes doom, 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 very, very fast. It's almost a blur. Usually they do it to try to blur this drawing. Ken Harris did it. He said we could never get it to work. The reason he couldn't get it to work was they had tall characters.
The old problem is that we've got too much action in too short a space of time.
But it'll work on a little mouse. Tom and Jerry, you know, the mouse is that size, so the leg's got hardly anywhere to go, and it'll work, absolutely. So it's a little do-do-do-do-do, you know, that's the fastest you can go.
Here's a sneak that we're going to make work. As he goes up, the belly goes down. Contact. The down, passing position with delayed belly. The up, next contact, keeping a slightly different profile from the first contact. Down again. Pass position with delayed belly. Also a slightly different profile from the previous passing position 3. The up, and back to 1. Here it is on 1s, giving us a sneak on 4s. There's too much action in too short a space of time. Put in single in-betweens. Gives you a sneak on 8s. Still too much action. Now put in 2 in-betweens. Gives you a sneak on 12s. It works. Now put in 3 in-betweens. Gives you a sneak on 16s. It's kind of slow, but it works. 12s is the best one. Here it is again. Now we'll get into runs. Obviously, runs are faster than walks. The difference between a naturalistic run and a walk is that in a naturalistic run, there's at least one frame where both legs are off the ground at the same time. However, in cartoon runs, we can take great liberties. But like walks, first we have to set the tempo. Is it 4 drawings per step? 5? 6? 7? But we'll need at least 3 drawings to make the legs go around. If this is a wheel with only 2 positions, it won't go around. It just flickers. Take 3 positions and it will go around. So we start with a cartoon run on 3s. Here are 6 positions to take 2 steps. And here's a rabbit running on 3s. It's planned from the mid-air positions instead of the contacts. Here's the down, the up, the down, the up. Here's another run on 3s. This one is planned from the contacts, but unusually for a run, both these feet are never in the air at the same time. Now add arms. In this case, the passing positions for the arms are not on the same drawings as the passing positions for the body. Here's an interesting invention which breaks the 3-position rule on a run. There are only 2 drawings for each step. This is because the figure's coming towards us, so we don't need to see the feet going around. They're going up and down like pistons.
Just while we're on this thing, here's the, get that straight. Here's the Hollywood, this is a 4-drawing run. Hollywood issue run. And this is going to work awfully well for a short, for one of these Hollywood proportion characters. And you've seen it a million times, but this is it. This is, the hands are here, there's a little plump body, the legs are there. That are kind of like this. The down position is not as it is in a normal run, down. It's kind of like that, and they haven't done the contacts first, but they're sort of stock things.
Here's another cartoon run, this one on 4s. These are the positions. With long limbs, we get too much action in too short a space of time. Now let's take the same run, but make the limbs shorter. And it works. Here's an eccentric run on 4s. Both feet are never in the air at the same time. Here's a long-legged 6-frame run. Because of its long legs, it needs at least 6 positions to work. Here's a jogging run on 6s. It's planned from the down positions and the length of the strides reduced. A young girl might run on 8s, with even more reduced action. There's only one drawing with both her feet off the ground. Contact. The low. Pass position. The high. Both feet in the air. Contact. The low. Pass position. The high. Both feet in the air. Contact. On this 12-frame run, there's lots of up and down on the weight. Because he's so heavy, it takes him only 2 frames to fall from the up to the down position. Then it takes 10 frames to lift everything back up again. In reality, the faster we go, the more we lean forward. And a runner will lean into a turn. How much he leans depends on his speed. We can force the perspective on the arms and legs with both feet and hands angled towards us, and on the next stride, both feet and hands angled away from us. It looks crazy, but it'll work. We've done a bunch of runs and walks with 2-legged figures. Now we'll go to 4-legged animals and other creatures. The greatest reference book for animal action is Human and Animal Locomotion by Edward Muybridge. The great animators all swore by it. Now we'll start with the 4-legged walk.
This is a thing Ken Harris showed me, which he said he always had no trouble with animals as long as he did use the Muybridge book. Okay, so all animal walks taking size and drawing into consideration.
Here's a cartoon formula for an animal walk. The head turns with or against the front foot action. The tail root moves with the back legs.
The way to think about an animal walk is as we are animals, and they now know for sure we were animals, whatever the religious connotation is. We are animal. We're built. The body, the bone structure is the same. And the way to get the feel of an animal walk is to just do that, and that gives you the timing of where when this foot comes over, when this is here. And also the up and down, if there is any. The median, it'll be the passing position, right? So that's what to do first.
Let's take the front section first. Down on the contact. Up on the passing position. Down on the contact. Up on the passing position. Same thing applies to the rear section. Down on the contact, up on the passing position, down again on the contact. Now we're going to put them together with the contact position on the rear and the passing position on the front. And next we get the contact position on the front and the passing position on the rear. Here's the basic animal walk pattern using a lioness. Just like the person on all fours, this lioness has her chest down on the contact and the chest up on the passing position. Chest down on the contact and up on the passing position. The rear end, pelvis, is down on the contact, up on the passing position. Down on the contact, up on the passing position. Join them up. Chest is down on the contact, while the pelvis is up on the passing position. Chest up on the passing position, while the pelvis is down on the contact. Here is the basic animal walk pattern again, using a medium-sized dog. This is a more complex example, but it's fundamentally the same as the man on all fours and the lioness. There are two main extremes, and it's planned from the back leg contact positions. We'll have the down positions in blue, the pass positions in red, the up positions in green, and the rest in black, like the contacts. Animated on twos. Add single in-betweens and shoot it on ones. Here's our logo cartoon dog doing pretty much the same thing, only on 12s. Animals fold and unfold, much more than we imagine. Their bodies stretch and compress from the concave to the convex. It's like a wave action. Animation is full of wave action. Here's a medium-sized dog running on 14s. A dog's body is more rigid than a cat's, but still has lots of stretch and compression. It's seesawing and stretching and compressing. Look how much more action there is at the rear, while the chest is more stable. The rear section moves much more than the chest. In a small animal, like a squirrel, look how much action is in the rear. The rear end is where the power is. Here's an interesting question. Does an ostrich and a man walk like a horse? And the answer is, well, almost. Horses are really difficult to animate. There is no point in having a rigid body with stuck-on movable legs. Animals' bodies are enormously flexible. They're stretching and compressing all the time, like an accordion. Look at the overall shape, how it folds and unfolds. Look at how the weight is transferring from one leg to another, and in what order it's transferring. Now here's a refined horse walk. Here's the rear leg pattern. Start with the contacts. Pass position in the middle. Here's the down. And here's the up. This is the same pattern of downs and ups as a normal human walk. Now here's the front leg pattern. The pass position, the down, and the up. It's the same pattern as the rear legs, but it doesn't go as far down or as far up. Put them together, and we see that the rear of the horse is down as the front of the horse is up, and the rear of the horse is up as the front of the horse is down. This is just like the other four-legged animals we've seen. The head goes down as the front of the horse goes up, and the head goes up as the front of the horse goes down. And the contact on the passing positions are in the middle. Here is how the joints break on a horse's front leg. The knee goes forward as the hoof continues back.
all comes forward, knee goes back as the hoof continues forward. The power comes from the rear. The weight goes down, then pushes up, drops to the contact, continues down, and pushes up again. The interesting thing about a horse's trot action is that the front and rear both go down together and up together. The opposite legs lift and contact at the same time. Here's the pattern for a horse galloping. Stretched, compressed, chest down, rear up, chest up, rear down. This is the way to think about actions. We're looking for where things are stretched, where things are compressed, what is up and what is down, and in what order the weight is transferring to each leg. Now for an 8-legged walk. It may look complex, but it's actually very simple. The front legs work like a 2-legged walk. The next 2 legs counteract the front ones. The third set mimic the front ones. The fourth set mimic the second set. So it's like 2 4-legged animals joined together. Here's a standard cartoon wing flap formula. When the wings are up, the body is down. As the wings go down, they push the body up. Here's the spacing for a wing going down. It eases out. Here's the spacing for a wing going up. It also eases out. Now for a more sophisticated wing flap. We'll make these wings out of two simple shapes. The wings stay as flat as possible when they push down against the air. This pushes the body up. As the inner wings go up, the outer wings continue down. Then the outer wings slice up through the air to minimize air resistance. Here, the inner wings reach their highest point. Now the inner wings start down as the outer wings continue up, and as the body continues down. Here's a butterfly wing flap. Here's the passing position. On number 1, the body is down. But on number 3, the wing flap has pushed the body up. And on number 5, with the wings up, the body sinks down. Here's the spacing of the wing going down. Number 2 is very close to number 1. And here's the spacing of the wing going up. Number 4 is very close to number 3. An erratic flight path can be plotted using the up positions. Add the breakdown or passing positions with the wings down and the body up. Now we've got it on 2s. And now we'll add the single in-betweens.
These are basic patterns for animals, but there are thousands of types of animals, and to animate them convincingly, we have to study them. We have to understand the differences between them, and we need to know where the weight is and how they work. In the next session, we'll study flexibility and we'll show how to limber everything up. Flexibility. How do we loosen things up? How do we make it limber and get snap and vitality into our performances at the same time as keeping our figure stable and solid? We're going to get into some sophisticated stuff here. How to go from A to B in the most interesting ways. And we'll come to one of the great secrets of animation, which is, and this is a mouthful, successive breaking of joints to give flexibility.
Point of our scene is this. The guy is, he's happy and he's sad. He sees something that makes him sad. So that's a nice key, and it's a key to, obviously they're both keys, because that's telling the story, right? If it's in a long scene or a short scene, that's got to be an important, if you had a storyboard, you'd have to have those two drawings or a comic strip. You'd have to see those two drawings. So the answer is, how do you get nicely from this to this? That became the problem. How do you loosen it up? How do you limber it up? Limber it up. If you just do this, which is what most people would do, the in-between thing is there, isn't it? I haven't done it right. Well, it's this, isn't it? But that's pretty dull. Now, so this drawing becomes very important. This is, again, the passing position, if you want to call it that. But I call it the breakdown drawing. The breakdown drawing, which is a passing position. Where do we go in the middle to loosen it up? Where do we go in the middle to make it interesting? And I think it's the secret of animation. The secret of animation. Because any storyboard artist, comic strip artist, illustrator, anybody who's illustrating a story can do those two drawings nicely. But when it comes to animate the thing nicely, where are they going to go? Now, obviously, one of the first things you might, we're going to do a whole series of these things here, if I can be inventive. The first thing I would do is make him blink. If we're changing the expression, you're going to tend to blink, isn't it? Michael Caine, in his acting thing, he said, if you're an actor in close-up, he says, watch what happens if you blink all the time. It's weak. And he says, what might happen if you just look at the camera? It's strong. It's kind of aggressive. But that would be a first thing to do, I would think. Right? And what would also be interesting, if we're going to have an in-between here, put it there. Immediately, you've gone somewhere else. You haven't gone from A to B. Go from A to X to B. What B? So that's the drawing that gives it life. These are the drawings that tells the story. This is the animator. The animator lives in here, I say. That's what, and then of course, when you live in here and get good at this breakdown, doing an interesting breakdown, you get good at going from an interesting breakdown from here to here. and an interesting breakdown from there to there, and an interesting breakdown from that one to that one, and so on. And then you know when to lay off and just put in a straight in between. Extra move in something, or an interesting way of going from one thing to the other. Anyway, so let's just put another one in here. Let's do that. We're still just in between. We drop the mouth lower, which might distend the face lower. Why don't we take the eyes and open them bigger? We could do that. It's a bit graphic, but... Or leave them off. I used to leave eyes off every now and then and give you a little fast blink. Or let's just see what you can do with this. And this is the thing Ken Harris used to do a lot. He would take the same drawing and he would hold it. Maybe he'd lower the mouth slightly. But he'd take the same thing and do that. Or he'd take that one and put it there. So that you get a faster change to here before you go to here. So you go somewhere else in the middle. Okay? Let's go to there. That may be a bit violent. What about here? What about here? Over here, some teeth. You see what's happening? If the mouth went right up there, you'd get a compression on the face and the muscles here. You can see that one working. So you get a bigger change. Now somebody's going to say, is that an extreme? Or is that a key? Or is that a breakdown? Just say, it doesn't matter. It's the passing, it's the in-between drawing. It's the transitional drawing. It's I just call it the breakdown. Whether it turns out to be an extreme, it's never a key. It's never a key. Never a key. It's never the storytelling drawing. Let's do some more. We might go up. It's a little obscure. But you can get an awful lot of mileage in the subtle thing of just doing that. Putting the in-between, let's say this is a straight. Putting it there, but not here. So that it goes up and then down and falls down. Okay? And if that happened, you might get quite a compression in the face, which would already give you a change of shape before it went down again. Can't think of any more. Ken felt he wasn't a terrific draftsman, right? Although, I don't know if I've said this before, we're making the fox go from here to here. He felt insecure about his drawing because he only really started at age 37 or 36. And he went to a studio where they trained animators. You had to pay $5 a week to learn. So he was there a week, and he had such a flair for it. The guy said at the end of the week, he said, well, look, Ken, you're so good at this. You can come here and work next week and work for nothing. That was his promotion. And I said, well, that's about what I'm paying you, Ken. Anyway, Ken felt insecure about the drawing, although not insecure about the animation. And what he would do, if say this was a nice drawing of the fox, and he's going to go down to here, Ken would take this drawing and he'd put it in the middle like that. Just like using this drawing, the same drawing there. And I said, gee, why are you doing that? And he said, well, it's a nice drawing. I want to keep the look of it. And that gave his work a great stability, which a fancy artist wouldn't think to do. So let's do it again this way. He would take this drawing and he'd put that in the middle. Well, what he's doing is a very interesting breakdown here.
We'll favor the first drawing. And now we'll favor the last drawing.
The head is going to go forward. You would put the head drawing. You just do that with it. Going up. Let's close it. No, we won't even close the eye. See what I mean? You then get somehow, I don't know how to shade it in, you get more bang for the buck, more change. Let's do it the other way. Going from there, same thing. You tilt it forward. The thing is, instead of doing a sort of boring movement from here to here, A to B, we go B. See what I mean? And it can be very subtle. Just, wait a minute. That's just with a little one, or going up. Okay? Or very broad. But it gives you more life in the middle.
So let's put the breakdown here. Again, it gives us more action within the move. Or put it here. Again, it gives us more action within the action. If we put the breakdown in the middle, it works, but it's kind of boring. Now let's put the turban in the middle, but tilt the head. And it's interesting. We progress this Hollywood mouse head and body forward, then we continue it forward, but tilt it down, and then pull back, tilting down a little bit more. And we get a really nice mouse.
The breakdown is the key. The where we live, what we do with that middle drawing gives the character to the walk. If it's that, or just a dull thing, or it's that, or it's this, or it's that, or it's anything that seems appropriate, and she'll work. But that's how to think about it.
In the 1920s, animators achieved a sense of flexibility by using what they called rubber hose animation, which was leaving out the bones and joints so that they could achieve fluid motion. Things worked in circles and figure eights. It was unreal and funny, and audiences loved it. Entertaining though rubber hose animation was, it limited the development of believability. In the 1930s, Disney pushed its animators to look for other ways of achieving flexibility while still using bones, joints, and muscles. We can achieve the same flexibility as rubber hose animation using straight lines. And one way to do this is by breaking the joints.
We're now coming to the successive breaking of joints, which is another way to limber everything up, to loosen everything up.
We have 3 joints in an arm, the wrist, the elbow, and the shoulder, not to mention 14 finger joints. Now if we do this, we've broken the elbow joint. Now let's break the wrist. Now let's break the elbow joint in the opposite direction. Next, break the wrist in the opposite direction. Now, straighten the arm and then relax the hand. We break the joints one at a time. If all the joints do not break at the same time, we can achieve all the flexibility we'll ever desire in animation.
And successively, I mean continuously loosening things up. So we'll call that the successive breaking of joints to give, I'll put it in brackets, to give flexibility. So we're just going to go into the successive thing. If we have a guy here, he's got his arm here, and he's going to put his hand up here. But you haven't left much room. Can I take? Okay? Obviously, we're now going to do the breakdown or middle position or passing position. And maybe there's a bit of drag there. If we put it there, it's going to be awfully dead, isn't it? It's awfully bad. If we've looked at Hollywood animation, we think, oh, animation is rubber. You have to draw things with squash and stretch, squash and stretch. We have to have squash and stretch. Bloop. We do that. See, I've got drag, and I've got squash and stretch. I'm going to stretch it. Or they'll say, let's do a fat in between. Let's put blurs in here. That's great. Let's have this isn't going to be very good. So he's got a long way to go to get up there. And he's going to come from same place, down here. Okay. Let's put the middle drawing in, I guess in color. We're going to do this. Now, we don't have to break the elbow. We don't have to physically break the elbow with a hammer, and of course we'll drag the hand. Okay, there's your breakdown. Middle position. Now we put the other ones in. Let's just put one in between here. There would be more in betweens, but why don't we do this? Might drag that a little. Okay, so we've got this. We're then going to here, and we're going to here. Okay, the middle one here, the next one, I would take the elbow up to there. It's already arrived, and we break the joint, even though we don't break the arm. I'm trying to draw these things kind of in straight lines. Okay? And then when we get to the top, put this in a different color. The next I would have the thing has already arrived there, but the hand is just coming up. So you see what's happening, isn't it? You're getting more change.
So, we break the the elbow joint. And break it again. Elbow is in the middle, but look where the hand is. Now we'll have the elbow arrive first. Much better. And we make the wrist arrive before the hand. And look where the wrist is down here. Now we've really got something. We're getting curves using straight lines.
Let's do it going down where I'd put it here. And we drag the hand. We have smashed the joint there, haven't we? Or does it work? No, yeah, it's all right.
Here's the same principle coming down, but break the elbow this way. Now let's put the wrist here, and we'll have the arm and wrist arrive before the hand.
Actually, that's kind of the whole thing. We'll do some more examples of it, but that's an awfully clear schematic thing of how to think about it. So in other words, you hunt for the thing that you can that will make it most interesting to loosen it up. And you're not afraid to smash the joint when it's necessary. Somebody's going to thump the desk. I'm going to go up like this. I do it here. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to smash the desk. So as I'm in a normal position here, I'm going to go up. I'll draw this out, up this way. As this hand is coming up, as the hand is going up, the elbow's coming down, and the hand is still going up, and it's getting ready, and then, bam, with leaving out drawings in the middle. Here's how I would do it.
The elbow leads going up, and the elbow leads coming down, while the hand continues going up. The elbow is still leading. Bam!
I would even do this to get, instead of just going bam, I would go bum bum. So a frame before that one, I'd hit with the elbow. I'd try that anyway. It might be it'll make it a little weaker, a hit, slightly weaker, but it'll give you a double hit. Dunk-a-dunk. It's like the bouncing ball, getting the contact, one bit and then another. It's a frame later, so you're not going to see it. Ba-dump. You're just going to feel it.
Here's where the elbow contacts first. Kabam! Kabam! Kabam!
I've got two more examples of breaking of joints, and then a successive breaking of joints, and I think we got it. I'm going to draw my way right across here. So this is if a guy was pounding a table, or it could be a judge with a gavel, you'd get even more stuff happening, but this guy's just going to go like this, right? What's happening is we go up, again, it's the same thing as hitting the table, and it's coming down, and then pop, and
and then up again. So you just start here. Here he is. Okay. Got his hand ready to bash it.
Here it is in slow motion. And at speed.
Having hit displaces, as he's going up like this, that hand's pulling away in order to give you more action, right? That's all that's happening. But you get all this, you can see it if you scan it. You get all this, I mean, how dull it would be. You know, so you get, that's how to use it. And now you could put, if it was a loose fellow, you know, or a dancer or something, or a woman, you'd get a lot more probably. You know, you can push this thing. If you have a drummer, give him an elbow, and that's his hand. I'll number the drumstick as 1. Okay. Now do each one of these in a different color. Oh, maybe, actually, maybe it'd be clearer. I'll do it all in black. Going up, and another color coming down. He's going to hit the drum in a, you know how they do, boom, zzz, boom, zzz. It's going to be the same thing, boom, basically, boom. And they often do a little twiddle up at the top, you know, boom, boom. You might even not come down the way I'm going to come down. You might come down straight.
The elbow leads throughout. Break the joint. Break the joints. Again, we're making curves with straight lines. The result is a curvaceous unfolding movement made with a ruler. And it's more or less working in a figure 8.
Figure 8, which are always beautiful to watch. Ward Kimball, in a lot of his animation, makes tremendous use of figure 8s. Consciously, they use figure, you know. Is that clear? I think you got it. That's it. That's the basic principle. Bam, bam, bam. And of course it can be bam, 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 you know, whatever they do. The problem with doing these little formulas and things is that we haven't got to talk about the difference between things and people, isn't it yet? And these are cliche formulas or ways of thinking or ways of structuring your mind to go at the problem, but everybody's different. Everybody's going to beat the drum in a different way. And everything is different. So one of the great things about being able to draw well is you can pick out the difference between things. Once we get this work method working in the system into your blood, then you start doing what's the difference between light and heavy, fat, thin, large, small, round, flat, you know.
Here's a subtle use of breaking joints. The same principle applies. You can apply this endlessly. It's like a wave, and it's also working in a figure 8. Here's a hand hitting a table. Once again, the elbow leads going up, and the elbow leads coming down. We've got 3 hits: elbow, arm, fingers. Take a simple clapping action with a mechanical in-between. But it's a good idea to displace the palm on the hit. It's just about acceptable. But now, let's break the joints, delaying the hand and leading with the wrist. Works much better. This will work with tiny actions, using straight in-betweens. This is okay, but boring. But even in a little thing like this, we can get flexibility. Say we're hammering a nail. This spacing gives power to the hit. But to add some more snap to the wrist, we'll have the wrist arrive, but delay the hand. Let's bang hands together. This is okay. How about this for putting it together and pulling it apart? Wrists hit first, then the knuckles, then the wrists lead, pulling it apart. And the conclusion is that it is much more limber. When I was learning about breaking joints, I did an exercise to try out the principles. It came out pretty well, and it shows the work method that we use to get a fluid result. Here's my original sketch. The idea is to do a front view of a female swaying side to side, have her hips work in a figure 8, and have her head counter her body. Then have her hands work independently and break the joints. So what do we do first? Answer: the key. Drawing number 1, the one that tells the story. What do we do next? Obviously, the opposite extreme. Say she takes half a second to sway over, 12 frames. So let's call this drawing number 13. Now, we just put in interesting passing position as she goes over. And we'll have her hips favor number 13. Now we'll go back the other way, but the passing position will have the hips favoring number 1, and then throw the leg off slightly. Now we'll have the basis for a cycle. But let's be clever. Put in another extreme next to number 1, pushing her further over. Call it number 3. And now, do the same thing next to number 13, pushing her further over that side. And call it number 15. Now we can break it down further, putting in the hands circling and other curvy bits. The charts are simple. Going over, coming back. Now we've got it functioning on 2s. Then we add in 1s, single in-betweens, to smooth things out further. And we're done. So, we've seen how the breakdown or passing position can give extra life to the action. And we've shown how successive breaking joints gives flexibility. Next, we'll be looking at overlapping action, which is often misunderstood. And we'll see how to create the illusion of weight. In this session, we'll look at overlapping action, and then how to get weight, and finally the moving hold. Now, what is overlapping action? Overlapping action is where things move in parts. Everything does not happen at the same time. One damn thing follows another. If I sit down, my bum lands first, I then lean back, then I cross my legs, and I brush my hairs. One part started first, and the other parts followed. That is overlapping action. Now, if I choose to shake my head, I'm in control of my head action, but I'm not in control of my jowls, and I'm not in control of my hair. One part started first, and the loose parts follow. That's often called drag or follow through, because as I shook the head, my hair and the jowls were following through the main action.
Overlapping action is one thing at a time. Things happen in parts, or things move in parts. Move in parts. Not everything happens at once is a negative formulation. Not everything happens at once. And a good formulation of this is people unfold. Let's take a really dull thing from the a really dull character from a 50s commercial. You've all seen this, boring. They used to do them, they had a little bow tie, and it was like this. And one foot might be there. Let's make his feet here, because there's a little more to work with. He's here. And you're stuck with turning that, say, to the front. Let's give it a little bit of interest, not much. And you don't want to put, if you have the drawing in the middle, it's just to sort of kind of shift the feet somehow. Whoops. It's supposed to be a middle position. So you've got this very dull thing, dull design, dull idea, and it's in a commercial or it's in a bad film, and this vanilla creature standing, it turns to the front, you know. Buy Lux toilet soap. And it's absolutely going to the letter of the law, and we just proceed in a very boring manner through the procedure, right? So the interesting to do that in an interesting way, we move apart, one part. Things move in parts, one part at a time, one part at a time. So let's turn his head forward, and we do what Ken Harris would do. Just that drawing. Immediately, it's interesting. We put this drawing exactly the same. Isn't it? Immediately, it has some interest. And of course, on the next drawing, this is the same. Here, we could move the foot while keeping the, yeah, wait a minute, there's the bow tie.
but we're keeping the body still turned. But we've moved his foot. So we've moved this one here, the head, and we've moved the foot there. And then on the last one, we've moved the body. Body, move, body, move. Here, I'd certainly put a blink in as he turns, and I'd probably put him down. But we don't want to get into that, but the head is, let's just make it an in-between, be dull about it. I think I've done it all. What do we got? We've got the head. We could shift the weight. Yeah, I'm sort of out of gas here. We can move the head separately. Then what do we got? The foot. Shoulders. We could have shoved the shoulders here forward. That could have, the shoulders could have been, that could have stayed there. That's what I would do. And I'd move the shoulder over, if I could do it. Whether this is right now, you see what I'm trying to get. Let's see if I can do it. You're here. What do we move first? We move the shoulder. The shoulder is already interesting, isn't it? The arm maybe goes up, maybe the arm, if you can do that. Move the shoulder. What have I moved next? The shoulder. Then the head comes around. Then the foot comes around. Then the body comes around, and then I would bring the other foot forward. You could move that foot after that one. Move that foot forward. So I don't want to get into, you could do interesting things with the head, you could do all sorts of interesting things, but this is what overlapping action is. Not everything happening at once. One thing, one part, then the other part, then the other part, then the other part, so it all overlaps.
Here it is, with everything moving at once. Boring. Now we'll move the head, feet, and body separately. Now let's do the same thing, but add a blink. Let's lead with the shoulders and slide one foot and take a step with the other foot. Let's do the same, but add a hip movement. Finally, let's add some drapery action. We have all this stuff to work with. The head, shoulders, chest, arms, pelvis, drapery, the legs, and the feet. One thing following another. This is what's called overlapping action. Now we're going to use overlapping action with a face. If we just go from A to B, it works, but it's crude. Now let's take one thing at a time. The eye expands, the nose squashes, the mouth drops, and hair rises. One thing follows another. Now let's put them in a different order. The mouth drops, the nose crinkles, the eyes expand, and the hair rises. You could do this in any order. Start from a squint. The eye opens first, the nose straightens out, the jaw falls, and the mouth opens. Say someone's disappointed. The eye goes first, then the mouth drops. The eyebrow reverses, the brow furrows, and the chin goes in. Now we come back to what's called follow-through or drag. Follow-through is what happens as a result of the main action. If I flash my hand out, I have no control over what happens to my sleeve. My sleeve will drag as the hand comes out, and then it will follow through. Take a Hollywood dog turning quickly around to see something. One thing follows another. The jowls drag during the turn. His head arrives first. The jowls and ears arrive late and keep going, and then settle. There'll be more on this later, but now we're going to tackle weight. How we give the illusion of weight. The very first question I ever asked Milt Kahl was, how did you ever get that Jungle Book tiger to weigh so much? He said, well, I know where the weight is on every drawing. I know where the weight is at any given moment on the character. I know where the weight is and where it's coming from and where it's just traveling over and where the weight is transferring to. That's it. Okay, let's get into weight. Weight, how to get weight. We've seen in a walk that it's again, just to recap, it's not the down position. It's not the contact position in a walk where you feel the weight. It's where that foot is down and the body's down. That gives you the weight in an animal walk or a person. How do we get real weight? If a guy, we're going to have this guy, there's a big rock. There's a man going to try to pick up this rock. Make it a little taller. If I'm going to pick up an object on the floor, let's try a handkerchief as well. Great. Well, it's not too heavy at the moment. We throw some stuff. It doesn't matter. Put book in, books. If we learn an awful lot about weight, and pantomimes are great for this. You know, they know how to do it with imaginary stuff. What you do, obviously, I'm going to pick up this pen. All I'm doing
It's just I'm more worried about my pant leg than I am about the object I'm picking up, because it's ridiculous. You know, I'm going to do a drawing, blah, blah, blah. There's no weight in this thing. And you can tell there's no weight in it by the way I look. You know, before I've touched it, that it's light. Don't you? And if I go and pick up the handkerchief, I mean, you really know it's light. Well, I just pick it up, you know. So how do I do it? You know that doesn't weigh anything. But if I'm going to approach a heavy object, like he's thinking, uh-oh, hernia time, isn't it? This, unless it's a polystyrene rock on the Hercules set. You know, if it's a rock, he's thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do about that? So I'm going to pick this up a little more gingerly, isn't it? Let's say I have to pick it up not by the straps, but I'm going to approach it quite different. I'm certainly going to stop and bend down, and I'm going to do that, isn't it? So before I've done any picking up, let's see how I do it. I know it's not that heavy, but there's a pause, right? There's an anticipation of, is this heavy? Can you throw your bag into it? That is heavy. I got to pick up this. Already it looks heavier, isn't it? Let's see if I'm doing it naturally. It's not that heavy, but you see there's a hell of a lot of preparation to pick it up. So this guy, I have to draw him down a little further to get this. Wait a minute. If he just stood there and you went like this, like I did with the bag, from here, you know that's not very heavy. That's got to be a polystyrene thing. Let's try it again. The action tells us how heavy it is. We always want to get something that's opposite to where you're going to go. Okay? Just do a little scribble here. Milt Kahl always said, he said, if I've got a woman who is going to sit on a, where is she? She's going to sit down. Here she is. She's say she's got her hand back here. She's going to sit on this hard metal chair or something. Say she's here. What Milt would say, or he said to me, he said, I love that stuff that Degas did at the end of his life, where you've got these women in the tubs bathing and those big pastel things, where you have this soft flesh against the hard tub. And he said, I always look for that contrast in everything. And he said, you want to get contrast, you want to get different from where you're going to end up. So he says, if this woman, let's actually take the hand out of there if we can. You could have the hand here. You might have a hand over here. to support herself as she sits down. But he says, I would have the back straighter than it could be in reality. Right? Absolutely straight. In fact, let's get the head straighter. Everything as straight as we can. Ruler. Draw the character in there with this straight thing. And then when she sits down, you get this contrast. You get this big ass sag out, and everything can settle. Okay? So you get this soft flesh against the thing. So you get the contrast of the straight to the curve.
Have her back a lot straighter than it would naturally be, so that we get a nice soft butt sag out. This gives us a bigger change.
So we look for contrast in things. Now, this guy, he's worried. He's going to have he's going to have, what is that, convex back? Is that convex, right? Slightly convex back. And he's going to bend down. He's probably, to pick up this thing, he's going to get his head down there, his shoulder down. He's going to be very convex. And he's going to get his legs as far as he can underneath of this. You see how, and the hands are there. Actually, he's going to try to, I would put it further. He's going to he knows he's going to pop something if he doesn't get it right. So he's going to try to fit himself over this giant rock. He's going to try to get his feet. He's going to do all this in anticipation. And then he's going to lift this goddamn thing up here. And watch what's happening to the back. It's going to go concave as I try to get this weight back. My back is concave. And then it's going to stay concave. And I'm going to straighten up now that I've got it.
He's going to size up what it might weigh. Watch his spine. The spine reverses because he's getting as close as he can. And reverses again. And straightens.
So there's one other thing. If you notice weightlifters, they'll lift a thing on TV. I noticed it the other night. They'll go down here, and they'll be convex. And as they come up here, if I can do it, they'll do that. There will be another one in here. There'll be a concave in here. Certainly if I was animating this, I would try for a concave. You see that when they do it? They sort of lift the thing, however they do it. They go like that. There's a sort of very subtle concave again. So you even more change of shape. As he tries to get the weight, and then he has to hug it, you see, to get the extra lift at the top. That's it. He's down there, up, and then he's concave. He tries to get convex for a second, then concave, and then concave again, and then straight. So you look for this change, but so much of it is the anticipation, which we're coming to. So much of it is the anticipation to tells us the weight. How much the thing is liable to weigh.
A heavy weight forces the body closer to the ground. It keeps the knees bent and the feet splay out sideways to spread the weight. Feet apart, knees always bent. The feet hardly come off the ground. This guy's carrying a very heavy rock. His body will raise only slightly on the passing position, but the rock will not rise at all. The timing of his feet could be erratic. Even for a normal walk, to get a feeling of weight, keep the heel flat on the ground until the last possible moment. There is no resistance in lifting a silk handkerchief, but a hand picking up a brick affects the whole body. The weight of the brick straightens the arm and pulls the shoulder down. Picking up a feather. By reversing the feather's spine, it makes it lighter. A silk hanky catches the air as it falls. A heavy overcoat catches some air, but drops fast. A falling leaf is resisted by the air. And so is a sheet of paper. When dough falls, it spreads out when it hits. And a ball of mud spreads out faster when it hits. A piece of cardboard leads with one corner and only catches air after the hit. This bubble is almost nothing but air and appears weightless. Here are some of our bouncing balls again. They're just circles drawn on paper. It's the spacing that gives them the illusion of weight. The same principles apply to any bouncing object. Obviously, a balloon offers no resistance, but a wall certainly does. Coming to a stop is part of weight. As the master Milt Kahl says, stopping things convincingly is one of the difficult things to do in animation. If we got a thing in motion and we want to stop it, it'll want to keep going, or parts of it will want to keep going. And how we stop it will show how much it weighs. We're going to slide from a run to a walk. Watch the spine.
It reverses again and again.
Things don't just come to a stop, clunk. The speed and the weight of an action will determine how it comes to a stop, and in what order things come to a stop. A person may come to a stop, but their drapery will continue on. Again, this is known in the craft as follow-through. Follow-through is the result of the main action.
The man stops, but the material keeps going and settles. The drapery is always late. Whatever was in motion will try to keep on going. Arms, head, hands, hair, and drapery. So we stop in bits.
Speaking of things not coming to a dead stop, led to the discovery of the moving hold. You can't just clunk into a held position, it goes dead. You want to ease in or cushion into it. But an even better way is the moving hold, where you're in the hold, you make a more extreme version of the hold position, and you cushion into that. You go past the first held position, cushioning into its more extreme version.
Let's take a basic golf swing. We have 4 extreme positions, and here they are. Now let's take each extreme and push it further. This strengthens the action and is called a moving hold. Again. This magician pulls back into a hold. Now we'll push him further back with a moving hold, strengthening the action. This keeps the pose alive.
That's it for overlapping action, follow through, moving holds, and weight. But don't just think about weight as a guy picking up a rock. There's weight in everything. Standing at a bus stop, getting out of a chair, stirring a cup of tea. The best way to show weight in your work is to be aware of it, to be conscious of it, and think about it all the time. As Milt Kahl said, I know where the weight is on every drawing. Now for the next session, we'll be getting into takes and accents. We're going to delve into cartoon takes and how to get accents. In this session, we'll concentrate on the takes. This is the basic pattern of a cartoon take. A person sees something surprising, goes down to anticipate the accent, which pops up, and then he settles. Sees, goes down, goes up, settles. Here are a bunch of formulas and variations of Hollywood takes that they worked out in the 1930s and 40s.
Takes. Takes. This is, takes. I have to get my brain back into this business. Takes are obviously, double takes, triple take, takes or double take, or triple take. Takes. These are formulas which they developed in Hollywood. I'll give you, these are Hollywood issue takes. Here's the standard Disney take formula. I'll give you timings on these things which will work, but you can vary them. I mean, there's no set rule. This is drawing one. Down here is a sort of squash drawing. This is number 3. This one is number 6. I'll circle these just for clarity. And then back here, he settles back down. Okay. The rule in a Hollywood squash, an effective one, whether you do it subtly or horribly crudely like this, is to keep the same amount of meat in the head. Same mass in the head anyway. Okay? So however they distort it, that should have the same, what do you call it, circumference? Volume. Same volume, mass, volume. However you distort it. Okay, and the timing on this is 1, 2, just smack in the middle. There's no easing out. You just go straight into that one. And then you go 3, 2, 6 is 4, 5, 6. So you'd have 5 would be in the middle, going up. That'd be 5. And 4 would be here. 2 would be there. I would keep the eyes shut, actually, personally, all the way up, just so that you get a pop. And this just looks like you got electrocuted. They go, oh, and they're immediately cushioning down. So this is number 10. And there's 6, 7, 8, 9. So you'd be 6 and 7. I would keep the mouth open on that one. Getting smaller slightly. 8. 9. Okay, that's your standard Disney. Well, I think the Warner Brothers one is a little different. That's your standard Disney take. Down on 2s, up on 1s, and down on 2s. Now here's a slight variation on it.
We go down on ones with more drawings, up on ones, 2 frames at the top, and continuing down on 2s again. Here's the same thing with a full figure. We've added some extra drawings as he settles.
Okay, can I change it now? Okay? We're going to make this one number 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12. Keeping the same timing. We're just going to alter, so this becomes 12 here. And we're going to have 4 drawings. We could do it like this, or we could do it even. 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, good. Oh, good. That's what to do. You don't need the other. That's going to work great. Okay? And on the going up drawings, in the middle, that's going to be 6. It's going to be another one, 7 there. Another one, 5. This should be bigger. 5. And 4. Okay? What we do is number 4 is a drawing like this. He's got his head over here, like this. Looks like this. Okay? 4. 5, you push the head the other way. It's just like that. Okay? 6 is back this way. 6 will be back this way. 7 back over here. Okay? 7. All right, closer. Pop. So you get a immediately down, which you'll hardly see, and then out. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, cushion. So, boom. Boom. What they would also do when they got up there, and Babbitt worked this one out, they would have the arms, once it was settled down, you'd have an arm go this way, around that way, and the other arm do this, going around that way.
We've used the wobble head going up to the top, and we've added the flailing arms countering each other.
So we now can see the Warner Brothers take is a little different. Here's the rabbit. Read. Here's the down, which is this is number 1. The arms might go up like that, although not necessarily. That's number 4. Down. And 5 is the actual take. And then that's 5. And then you cushion down to the to number 9. Oh, I see. Here's the chart on that. It's 1 to 4 is the cushion, and then you pop into 5. Okay? 5 then goes 6, 7. It's even.
Here's the same thing with a mouse. All shot on 2s. Here's a variation on the same pattern.
I don't like takes, and when I first learned these from the various guys, I had trouble with them. Because I didn't like the squash and stretch too much, and my prejudice. But I got a commercial. It was called Super Can. It was a sort of silly, looked like a Marvel comic thing, and this Superman was called Super Can, and it was special soup or something. He drove up in a car. A butler opened the door, and he got out, and he ran up. Another butler opened the door of a mansion. He ran into the kitchen where this duchess is eating soup, surrounded by butlers, and her husband's the other end. And I forget what happened. They sent for Super Can, you see. And I did 19. I said, I'm going to study takes on this commercial. I did 19 takes. I had Super Can drive up, and he did a take when he saw the butler. Guy opened the door, and he saw Super Can. He did a take. Ran upstairs, the butler opened the big door, and he did a take. Ran into the room, the lady's eating soup, and she did a take. And the butler, or her husband behind her, he did a take. I forget what happened, but I got 19 of these. And I tried, I think, 8 Disney takes and 8 Warner takes. And then I mixed them up a bit, and the Disney take was best. But it's worth trying, messing with these things.
There's a very small difference between these two takes. The Warner Brothers takes pop up from the squash position to the surprise position, and then they ease down. In the Disney take, you in-between your way up from the squash position to the top surprise position and ease down. Disney was working to make impossible things believable, heading for naturalism. Disney called it the plausible impossible. So they worked to make things more natural, more subtle, but believable. All the information that they developed spilled over to the smaller studios like Warner and MGM, who had less money, but just went for stuff that was direct and comic. Cruder, but funnier.
Let me show you the Warner one again, done real crude. Number 1, 2, 4, 2, 3. Here's 4. Over it is.
squash more. 4, 5. Oops. Right, 1 to 4. Yeah. 1 to 4. 5, we pop into 5 and settle back down. To 11. The same. Here's a slightly different spacing. Slightly slower. It's your break now. 6. Oops. That might be a little nicer than just going down like this. So that gives you a little bit more cushion up there, and a little bit more down there.
By pushing the nose down further, we get more contrast. Same thing now in profile.
Here's an interesting thing Art Babbitt showed me. He was always going on about delaying parts whenever possible. So he would do his piece of animation and then he would delay parts of it and see what happened. So here's a take of his. The guy this is 1. And here's his pelvic area. He's going down. This would be 4. This would be 8. Then he settles 12. So the timing would be here. Wait a minute, 1 going to 4. It's a different spacing than the others, different from the Warner. And we go from 4 to 8. And then 8 back to 12. 8, 9, 10, 11. It's good timing that. But what he's done is he pushes the pelvic mass up to the neck. And he would do that. He said, try it. And then when the thing shoots up here, push it down again to below there. Well, it's too big. And then have it settle there.
Here it is on 1s. Very fast. Shoot the same thing on 2s.
And if I were doing this, I would do this thing in here, give it even more. You'd watch that. What's that? 5, 6, 7.
Same thing again with the side-to-side head going up. 1's very fast. And now on 2s.
Again, after the head and body have settled, he would probably have done the arms whipping around, counteraction here. Or his hat flew off up there, and the hat is up here, and as this arm went round, he grabbed the hat.
Here it is in slow motion. Here's one where the belly stays put on the anticipation, and then as we accent up, the belly goes down. As he gets up there, his belly catches up and the feet pedal. Here's a more elaborate one, where we anticipate the anticipation. The head goes up before it goes down, and then side to side and up. The belly goes down and then up as the head finally goes down. The belly then settles.
Again, after the head and body have settled, he would probably have done the arms whipping around, counteraction here. Or his hat flew off up there, and the hat is up here, and as this arm went round, he grabbed the hat.
Endless variations. Here it is in slow motion. We've done the take. Now, as he takes his hat off, we can be inventive. It goes up on twos, with a back and forth vibrate on ones. Then the head snaps down on one frame, up with stretched eyes on one. Then the head mass up on one, the head mass down for one, and then settles on twos. You can go mad with endless variations.
So you can see within a simple take, you can get a hell of a lot of mileage out of it. I've done it all from the front. We could do them from the side. But I think you've got it.
Would you do anything special on the 8 breakdown on that one?
No. You could do. Well, it's awful fast, but why not try it? Try what you can see. I'm just giving you the raw. We can always throw everything off, and that's why I'm showing you this stuff. You can go on endlessly on these little crutches, different variations.
These little formulas and devices are just building blocks on which we can build endless variations. You can throw them away and start fresh, but these are based on principles developed by a lot of very clever people.
I saw the most wonderful take in a Danny Kaye film, and It's which film? It's The Court Jester, and Basil Rathbone, the villain. There's about 3 heads of guys. There's a guy here, and there's a guy here, and Basil Rathbone is listening to this guy or something, and he's down here. He's the villain, and he's sort of like that. Something that he's down here listening to this fellow. And he did the most marvelous take. And I thought, it's one frame? He didn't do any anticipate. And it jumped, you had 3 guys to look at. And it was very subtle. All that happened was the head went, didn't even do that. Wait a minute. They were telling him something he didn't like. And he went, and I said, I bet you it's one frame. I bet you it's one frame. And it was marvelous. He's there. There's an in-between. Must be that little here, proportionate to the screen. And the eye is the same. There's no change in the expression. There's one in between there, one frame. The next frame is another in-between. So you have 2 in-betweens going up with no change of expression. The head just goes up sort of to there. And then you had the top of the take. It wasn't even as far up as that. It was actually, I'm exaggerating it. It was to there. And it cushioned back in about 3 or 4 drawings, about that much, to a more relaxed thing and his eyes changed on the up. And it was like an electric shock. And it was so strong, I thought, because there wasn't an anticipate. He's a good actor. He was a great villain, even though he was exaggerating his villainliness. It was just, and you read it like that. I love to get off the formula. Love to see anything that is off the formula. It's only on the formula because we're lazy and habit-riddled, conditioned, and we're afraid to get off. And certainly all the executives are afraid of getting this mad artists are going to get off the formula. A very terrific top director, tremendously successful, said to me when he was looking at some of my stuff, he said, this isn't following any known formula, Dick. And I said, well, no, I guess not. I'm just doing it. And he said, He says, maybe that's a good thing. But you do want to be rich, don't you? So off the formula, please. We don't need, all these rules can be ignored.
About the use of squash and stretch, is it safe to try to use it if you're doing something that's not necessarily cartoony? You can sneak it in there to help it out with something, or should the timing and performance and posing be more important? I mean, like if you're animating a realistic object, but you feel it needs more oomph, will you slip in squash and stretch, or will you maybe change how you pose something?
I would try not to. I would, if you were doing a long-headed in between, if somebody was here and he has to look very quickly over here. Whoops. I would put in what you would call put in a motion blur, wasn't it? You put they used to call it a long-headed in between over there for one frame. I would do that just to get a fast effect.
Let's do it in slow motion. Now, everything on ones. Again. Now, everything on twos. Now we'll use two blurs. The head is on 2s, but the blurs are on 1s. Again. Now we'll use 3 blurs. The head is still on 2s, but the blurs are on 1s. Again. Now on this, we'll use 1 blur and show it in slow motion. Same thing with 2 blurs in slow motion. We'll use mostly 3 blurs on this mouse. Now in slow motion. Ken Harris showed me this hammering action on 1s using just 3 drawings. Same blur coming back as going forward. This is one of the very few cases where you can shoot the sequence in reverse. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, etc.
But I wouldn't put a cartoony thing in the middle of a realistic thing. I put motion blur, if I could get it, but I wouldn't do the cartoony thing. I wouldn't mix the media, if you see what I mean.
Well, because one observation, like in a lot of computers, I see a lot of people take an easy out and they put a squash in when they don't need it.
Yes.
You know, and it makes it look...
Well, that's what I'm trying to undermine all these animators, because they were so conditioned by squash and stretch because of the early cartoons and any of the books written by the old guys who did the early cartoon or something. You really don't need it. And I always tried to avoid it, except in this super can thing. And I did it into the ground. The other interesting thing is nobody noticed I'd done it with that commercial. They just accepted it. There were no changes. And they said, "Ah, that's funny." But these guys all looked like everybody was hitting them with electrodes, electric shocks. 19 electric shocks in 30 seconds. Everybody accepted it. Amazing. But I think when we come to face action, I prefer to call it, instead of squash and stretch, I like to call it compression, which is breaking it's a longer word, which I hate, and distension. I'm going to distend this jaw, right? I'm going to distend it. And I'm going to compress this face. I find if I don't use the word squash and stretch in my head, if I think I'm going to distend this guy's jaw or arms or something, it takes me away from, I don't think. As soon as you say squash and stretch, you think of this rubber duck stuff. Fine, great respect to the rubber duck stuff, but I want to think differently. I want to think of what's actually happening, which you're compressing or you're distending. And it gets you out of the conditioned reflex, out of the habit of thinking that way.
We use all these terms like squash and stretch or compression and distension, but they're really just different ways of saying the same thing. Some of these formulas and principles and cliches are really useful, the result of years of experience. The great thing is to learn them, get them into your bloodstream, and then you can extend on them. And then you can throw them away, but you've still got the benefit of the information built in. Next session, we'll deal with more formulas, this time with stagger vibrations, including the best one, which very few people know about. The takes which we've been studying are actually accents, and after vibrations, we'll get more fully into accents, starting with how to accent body actions. Years ago, when I was learning all this stuff, I found vibrates very hard to understand because it seemed so technical. But when I finally did understand it, I found that I could apply it in all kinds of ways, with very broad actions or very subtle ones. There are two stagger vibration systems that I know of. One is the back and forth vibration, which is quite familiar, people use, and then the really terrific one, which I'm calling the side to side vibration, which goes.
There are two vibrates, two formulas, and one everybody knows, I'm sure you know it, and the other one very few people know, and it's the great one. Worked out by Norman Ferguson, 1930, 1934 or something, 35, 34. This is the one you'll know, probably. This is a diving board, right? And that's 1, 9, 17 for sake of argument. And this is somebody's just dived off the diving board, right? They've gone up there. And that's the arc. And all you do, the assistant can do all the work. 1 to 9, I just even divisions. 1, 5, 3, 7, 2, 4, 6. And then 9 to 17, same spacing, just even. 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. And all that happens is you just put them in. Number 5, the passing position's in the middle. 5, 13, 3, 2, da 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 da. And on the exposure sheet, you would have, the board is going and say stopping here. You would go 1, 17, 1. You can repeat this enormous amount of times. 1, 17, 1, 17, 1, 17, 1, 3, and da 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 da. And we're going to do this. Da 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 da. Wobble, 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 and like a coin spinning on the ground. You can reuse a lot of these drawings over and over again. Let's just go 1, 17, 1, 17, 2, 16, 2, 16, 2, 16, 3, 15, 3, 15, 4, 14, 4, 14, etc. Okay, 5, 13, 6, 12, 7, 11, and you slow up at 7, 11, until it ends. Okay? It's clear? Wobble, 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 wobble.
We can call this an up and down or a back and forth vibration. Here it is on ones. Here's the same animation on twos. It's workable, but not as effective as on ones. Back to ones, and we've added some extra in-betweens to help settle it. It's surprising how many times you can repeat the drawings to make the action last longer.
It can apply to a laugh, say. If you had this is going to be pretty crude, somebody laughing. Say the shoulders are up here, and he's going up into there, with the shoulders down. And you could do, that could be 1 and 17. Now, and you just put in even in-betweens, and you can run up sort of 1, 3, 2, 4, 3, 5, and work your way up. Da 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 da. So you get which is kind of mechanical.
We're progressing back and forth as we go up.
But it would work nicely if these things were close together, like that, and the shoulder action was not so violent. You get quite a good little, and you see this used quite a lot. In at least I see it on the. You even see it on The Simpsons and funny stuff. They'll have a little working backwards and forwards, and of course you could run it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go back to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then go back to 3, 4, so that you can go up in right? I mean, if you had a plane diving, old-fashioned dive bombers diving down, you know, and they're trying to get the plane in focus, and you can get if you do a drawing of a plane which is with a bunch of in-betweens going from here to here smoothly, and you can then just put them back up and down, you know, re-staggering the drawings almost in any combination, and you get a very good effect, you know. Or you can drive it down, you know, combination. I'm going to show you a much better one. I would call this, for want of a better term, I've never heard anybody name it before. I'd call it a side-to-side vibration. And what it is if I've got the palsy, and I'm walking over here and I do normal animation of me walking, and I want to get this effect of the palsy, I will do a string of drawings like this here. If I do it from the front, a string of drawings like this, and another string of drawings like that. And the same on the other side, a string of drawings like this, and another string of drawings like that. So you've got a kind of band. Let's say it's like this, you know, there's a bunch of hands here. Right? Then another. See what I mean? That's a string of drawings, and that's a string of drawings, and you interleave them. And I'll show you how you do it. But it's, so you can do your normal animation straight ahead, and then you interleave these things side to side, and you get the palsy. And the best way to think of it is like this. if it's a Tom and Jerry kind of thing. I did a bear having a fit, having drunk this new plastic drink they sold, and he would throw this fit, and he would drink the thing, and then he would go into an anticipate, and then he would go up to the top, and so there was a bunch of drawings going up. That's a bunch going up that side, and a bunch going up that side, and you would interleave them. Right? So this is drawing number 1, and this is drawing 17, and that would be 9. But the idea is you would do even in-betweens going up, right? 1, 2, 9 to 17, that's going to be okay? And you're in between all these, and it's all going up that side. Okay? So you just have a little arc of drawings going up. And then you do a very careful tracing. Let's call it 1A. 1A. And 17A. And this one out here is just going to be, 9A. So you do a series of A drawings. You trace. This is a face. You do a very careful tracing, just offset of the same. It's the same drawing, very slightly offset. 1A. And then you do up at the top here the same thing, the same drawing, very slightly offset. Okay? And then you put in all the and the assistant can do all, the animator's done this work. The assistant can do all these in-between drawings, so you don't have to work very hard. And what you do is you interleave on the sheet 1, 1A, 2, 2A, 3, 3A, 4, 4A, 5, 5A, 6, 6A, etc. Every other one, there's nothing in the middle. You just have that drawing there, then you expose this drawing here, then you expose that drawing there, and you just run it up in a pattern. So it's, I don't know, somebody runs into a fridge and goes,
Here it is graphically, just with circles. Two different paths of action, and then we interleave them. 1, 1A, 2, 2A, 3, 3A, 4, 4A, 5, 5A, etc. Let's add drawings.
Did you ever see the earthquake pill in the Roadrunner? Ken Harris did that, of course. And he learned it from Norm Ferguson. He actually learned it from Jimmy Cohane, who brought it from Disney to Warner Brothers. And Jim showed Shamus, showed Ken, and Ken showed me. And this has so many possibilities. If you do it this way, I mean, this is a thing computer guys don't know at all, I don't think, this one. And most normal animators don't. Do you know it? No. Oh, it's a smasher. Because you don't have to have a pattern like that, right? You could have a pattern like that, and another one like that, and interleave it. Or one straight, one, I mean, you can, it's endless variations.
Here it is with the paths closer together. And again. And here it is where they crisscross each other. And again.
It was developed for Donald Duck in Ferguson did it apparently, a Donald Duck short. It was Mickey's Alpine Climbers, as I recall. And apparently Ferguson did this dog, was a St. Bernard with a bottle of rum here. And the dog was something, I don't know, with this rum bottle around its neck. And Donald Duck or something saw the dog out of focus. He was drunk. And the dog went wobble, wobble, wobble. And he had one of these things, interleaving, so it was quite a subtle. And everybody fell around, and Disney said, great, great, great. And Ferguson apparently jumped up and said, I can do better, I can do better. So he did that at 50%, and then he ran another set of 2 on top of that. So he had the whole screen going like crazy. So you can do that. Ken Harris did it with the earthquake pill. It's just, he'd do a series of drawings as the earthquake went up his leg. He'd do a series of drawings up this side and a series of drawings there with the vibration getting worse as it worked its way up his back. And then the whole thing's flying apart. It's a side to side, see? So it's going up the tail, up the back, up like this, and then the teeth. And then he runs over and he grabs a rock, and then the rock starts to go, and then the whole thing went on and on. Actually, it looks a little crude to me now, but it's still a masterpiece of stuff. But this system is a smasher. It's just terrific. So and you use it in the beginning of the 101 Dalmatians. Milt has a shot of the dog with the paws. The dog is it yawns. I think it yawns. Dog yawning. And he stretches anyway. And what he does is he has a series of little drawings down here, and another series of drawings, that series going that way, and another one real close to it, starting here, and just running there. Real subtle. So he stretches out, and he goes, little thing in the end. You can use it wonderfully on a snore. Somebody's snoring, and then they go, blah, 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 with the lips. You could do the easy one for that, but if you do a side-to-side one, a little series of drawings there, interleaved with another series very closely there, you can get a really very subtle thing. I use it all the time.
Again, 2 paths of action interleaved. Here's the first path of action, and here's the second path. Interleave them. And now for a further refinement, we'll add in-betweens between the 2 paths of action. And at speed. We end up with this.
There's so many ways to apply this thing. It looks wonderful even when it's done badly.
Here's a good one. Let's add in a subtle back and forth vibration to Ben Washam's yawn. Here's another one. Now we'll combine a side-to-side with a back and forth vibration. Here's our first path. And here's our second path. And we'll interleave them. So that's our side-to-side. Now, let's run them back and forth. Let's have this guy shiver. We'll in between 1 and 17. And now in slow motion, we're moving back and forth through the in-betweens. Now at speed. Here's a vibration on a skid. And here it is broken down. 2 paths of action interleaved.
I was thinking of in 3D, there's a rocket taking off.
Yeah.
It has that vibration to it.
Yes.
So you just film it smoothly once, smoothly the other time, and just follow them up.
Yeah. And you can you can have it start and then end nicely. Or you can have it building all the way. Or you can have it starting end, you know. You can it's a honey. It's a piece of
We'll summarize the different types of vibrates. Here's the diving board vibration, which diminishes to the center. Here's the back and forth vibration that staggers along progressively. Here's the back and forth vibration with more erratic spacing. Now here's our side-to-side vibration with 2 paths of action interleaved. And here is the side-to-side vibration, adding in-betweens between the 2 paths. So those are the vibration formulas, the back and forth and the side to side. You can use them broadly or subtly. We can get even more sophisticated and add in-betweens between the 2 paths of action. When you get into this, you can develop your own endless variations. In the next session, we'll study the fascinating subject of body, hand, and head accents, which we use constantly for dramatic effect.